And there we go. It appears that we are up and running and ready to go on the Lavender Lady After Show with SciStrike. And we have a couple people here as well. We have Insects Are Cool. Hi the heck are ya? How the heck are ya? We have Pure Ostension. Hello, hello. A couple first timers here. Are you about to run away already? And we're here to talk with SciStrike, and I'm sure that you guys over in the over on the panel. Yep, there we go. I'm sure you guys have some questions for Sci. No? Yes.
Please let it be something I know. Please let it be something I know. Ask me how the weather was.
Okay, I can ask a question. So I was a little late, so I didn't get to see the whole thing. So you work for NASA, is that right?
No. This was a basically. I'm a professional sarcastician. That is my that is my current employment. No, this was
Okay.
The whole NASA theme here is in response to a NASA social event that I went to for the Crew Dragon launch, and I was my function at that was just like your function, a social media person, and the reason I was excited to be on this show when I was invited is that it's one more avenue to tell people who have any social media presence, go sign up. You will never forget that even if you go to one, it'll be something you'll tell your great grandkids about. So yeah, that's the connection to NASA.
What about those of us who will never ever have great grandkids?
You can tell someone else's. You can tell someone else's great grandkids, and you'll tell somebody. Trust me. Look at me. I went to one. I blathered on for your entire show and didn't let you talk at all. That's how exciting these things are.
That's the best part of it. Yeah, I mean, I get to sit here and listen, and that way I'm not bloviating. I'm not blathering. I mean, people are getting a chance to learn something by listening to the people I have on. And again, I am thanking you many, many much for taking the time out of your extremely busy schedule to come on here and say hi to everybody.
Well, I heard this was the place to be.
It is a place to be. Yes, it is.
Not a place to be. I heard it was the place to be.
What, sort of like the Peppermint Lounge in 1965?
I don't know what that is, so I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say I don't know what that is, because then you'll all. Oh, damn it!
Okay. I keep forgetting how old I am. That's the problem here. There was a. Say again.
We're too young.
There was a top 10 or a top 40 song in the early 60s. I think it might have been around 65 or so, called the Peppermint Twist, and that was named for a discotheque, the Peppermint Lounge. I'm trying to remember where it was, if it was in Philadelphia or if it was in New York. And because I'm looking up my other stuff so I can drop the NASA social stuff in there, I'm not necessarily going to go look it up in the font of all knowledge. But yeah, that's the useless stuff that sits in my brain. Where are we here? I know you're here. And what else do we have going on? No, I didn't do that right. No, I did not do that right at all. Yeah, this is the way I'm... okay, completed. There we go. Oh, come on. There it is. And now I'll be able to drop the NASA social link. Um, there we go. All right, what have we got going on in the over on the side there?
Let's see. Oh, and by the way, you did it again. All the things you said out loud, those are the words that are running through my head when I'm trying to maintain the screen. What am I doing? I can't believe I did that. Where's the file? Where's the file?
Now all I need is somebody making really strange photoshops of this, that, and the other, and dropping them into a Discord server.
Indeed. Well, hopefully, this is hey, this is a family show here. This is
Yes, we don't have radioactive meme land here. No, unfortunately.
Oh, unimportant to possibly everybody but me. A little detail about the event: there were doggies.
All right.
This is the first one because it was Kennedy, and and we were being taken into areas that were not, visitor center. I told you about that. We were where stuff's actually happening. Security is necessarily a little tight, and they had the sniffy dogs. So we all before we get in the buses to go to the various locations, we all have to put our bags down in a line and then step back 8 feet and stand there, and then one of the government police, who's with the sniffy dog, comes by, and the dog sniffs all the bags to make sure they don't have anything dangerous in them. And the cool thing about those dogs is they're not trained. They're not like standard police dogs. There's no go get the guy. None of that stuff. All they do is smell stuff. That's all they're trained to do, and they are happy as hell to be doing what they're doing.
All right then, but
when they say we're bringing out the dogs, you think, huh, okay, well, gee, I wonder what this is all about. And then this happy loping sniffy dog comes by, smiling at everybody. Like, okay, this is kind of cool.
This is something I didn't think of during the main show that I'm sorry I didn't think of at the time, but you mentioned the doggies. Mm-hmm. Has anybody looked into anything that would go about pets in space? Because, okay, to have the other humans around is okay, that sort of thing, but every now and then to snuggle up with a kitty or something is the absolutely wonderful thing. And I wonder if anybody's thought about the concept of, maybe bringing a puppy or a kitty. Well, kitties don't take zero G too well, do they?
Well, that I will say that is, to my knowledge, not being considered just because of the expense of it. It took a couple $100,000 to get remember the bagpipes we mentioned? It took about a couple of $100,000 to get them to the space station. At this point, pets are not considered just because of the expense and more so creating an environment that they could live in and all that sort of thing without fouling the contained atmosphere. You have I've seen a kitty strolling in that room, so you know what I'm saying about if one does not handle cats appropriately. So
yeah.
To my knowledge, that no. Plants as buddies, yes. Talk of flowering plants as opposed to food producing plants, but I've heard nothing of pets in space.
Yeah, if you've seen Sylvia flying out of the bathroom where the litter box is, as soon as she gets through her stuff, the visual is one thing. The aroma is quite another. And I don't think you'd want that in orbit or on the way to Mars or something like that. It's a little. You don't want to do that, basically. And I don't know. She probably would look good in a spacesuit, if you're talking about Sylvia. Yeah, I don't know how good I would look in a spacesuit. Need to lose a few pounds.
I don't know. You think a cat could tolerate that? A cat that was unable to groom. Yeesh. That would be very frustrating for the cat.
Yeah.
To have a helmet with a tongue hole.
Have a real problem opening the windows.
That's interesting. Brian Stevens says, although developing gear for pets might teach us some improved methodology for ours, maybe.
Quite. Yes, I believe so.
We'll have to see if it's worth the expenditure.
Not really pet, but they put I think silkworms in space before.
Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm biased to insects.
you'd have to put some effort into cozying up to one of them, though, wouldn't you? But yes, there have been experiments with various life forms, especially on station and almost and pieces of life forms. There's been a lot of interesting research with heart cells done in a microgravity environment. That again, what's NASA doing for us? Well, geez, heart cell research. There's something.
There's got to be something good you can do with that.
Yeah, what could it be? Oh, yes, extending human lives that otherwise might be lost.
Yeah, it would not be a bad idea.
That's a laudable ambition, I would say.
Yeah, let's get him to working on kidney cells while we're at it. Oh, scheiße.
Such language.
And what do we have here, Mark? Somebody's not familiar with, what is it now? THHGTTG. I'm not recognizing it. Does anybody know what that is?
Was it?
I've got nothing.
Well, Mark is just going to have to tell us at some point. Oh, Hitchhiker's Guide.
God, after it's disclosed, we all crack ourselves in the forehead, going,
Yeah, now it makes all the sense. Interesting. Yeah,
Okay,
fish in aquaponics. Oh my. And it's been so long, a long, long time since I've read The Hitchhiker's Guide.
I haven't read it yet, but I guess I think I probably should start reading it. I keep hearing about it a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of references to that on the net.
Yeah.
The last time I read it, my ex and I were still together, so that's over 10 years ago.
Of course, there's the Hitchhiker's Guide, which has Stephen Hawking in it as well, his voice.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was a BBC adaptation of the book. That, if I recall, that was fairly accurate, was it not?
I didn't hear the whole thing, unfortunately, but that was out last year, so it's pretty recent thing.
Okay, so another one has been put out. Because I remember various versions of the radio show and the television, that sort of thing, going back into the 80s.
Aha.
Because I was still working at the one software house, and that was 80s.
We all had big hair back then.
Oh, you don't. I have to find one of these days. I have to find a picture. I know where I can find one. It's just that I have to scan it and put it out here. Back in when I was at school the first time, I looked like a white Jesse Jackson with the hair out to here, and it looked like something that came out of somewhere and did something. Definitely not of this planet, I'll tell you.
Well, keep the methodology in mind, because I'll tell you, I live out here at the New Jersey shore, right?
Uh-huh.
And I will warn you ahead of time, big hair is coming back.
Oh my! Well,
There were several sightings last summer.
We've actually got Zaphod Beeblebrox in the chat, so I think anything Hitchhiker's Guide related.
That would be the thing.
Yeah, the radio series was the first out, if I remember correctly, the very first. Excuse me. Oh my word. Now I'm trying to remember. Adams wrote the radio script as well, did he not? And if you feel like coming on, Zaphod, you're very welcome.
Just use your improbability drive, and you'll be here in no time.
And we've got another naked listener over on the right hand side. Well, we've taken care of that.
Oh, the indecency.
Yeah. Does anyone know of the Long Island Medium? No, I do not. Please do tell Casey, please. And while we're at that, why don't I...
Okay, see, I was trying to... the time is past now. I was trying to formulate a quick joke involving me being the Central Jersey large. As opposed to... See, it wouldn't have even been funny had the timing been good.
Oh, man, this is not working. Oh, there you are. There you are. I found you. Yay, I found you. Let's see. Now let's make sure that... Oh, no, it doesn't have the right one in there. Yeah, I'm doing it again, Sci.
At least you're honest about it. I always pretend everything's fine.
No, it's expected that everything goes pear-shaped on my show. Come on now. I don't know that anyone would recognize the show, for example, were it possible to hear the guest right at start.
And I said such nice things, too. And then...
Casey, you might want to check your DM in case you feel like coming on. Glad to have you. That sort of thing there. And we have to see. I have so many windows open, I'm losing track of them.
It's like, I don't know how to say this. It's like listening to a mirror.
I don't know. We're siblings without knowing it, right?
There's the Arthur Dent conspiracy as well, as to where certain people might have got ideas for the show.
Okay, here we go. After the 2 radio series, they adapted the 3 later books with the original cast where possible. Okay. I will have to say, though, I was not all that thrilled with the motion picture. And I guess it's that whole thing that I've got going where that first thing that you see or hear is the one that sticks. And any adaptations of it or, massaging of it just isn't right. Because I don't think, for example, that I don't think I could brook a Frenchman playing James Bond. Although...
Bonsoir, 00.
Yeah. Okay, so John thinks the movie was rubbish. Zaphod thinks the movie was rubbish. What I was getting was, it seemed to me like it was the special effects for the 12-year-old boys. But then again, that's just me. I'm this old broad who didn't even start out as a broad. So.
I still like special effects though, even though I'm grown up. Is that okay?
Well, I mean, special effects, they're not bad, but when you make a motion picture nothing but the special effects, I start to think, okay, maybe something's not right here. You actually need a plot as well.
Yeah, that does get a little tedious. You're right.
I'm normally there looking at the anti-aliasing and the hair, and it's like, oh, how have they done that?
The TV series, if it's the
actually,
one I'm thinking, the
I
BBC
love
series,
that.
yes.
I liked that. I thought it was, if I remember correctly, it was fairly faithful to the book, and they didn't get nuts. I mean, the special effects were damn near close to claymation.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, the special effects were Doctor Who type of the original Doctor Who.
Mm.
Back when Tom Baker was the Doctor, which is great. I mean, I loved that cheese.
I used to travel on the train every morning with Tom Baker to work.
Oh wow!
He tended to be in the same carriage as me.
Really?
Okay.
Oh, that was something I would have enjoyed, but then again, I'd be put off the vehicle for pestering him too much.
Yeah, he's very, very tall. Yeah, the voice instantly recognizable. You can hear him from 30 foot away. It's like, oh, that's Tom Baker.
You get to have any conversations, or
Literally for about 30 seconds, and that's it.
okay, okay.
Yeah, just don't feel like bothering people on their way to work.
Indeed.
Because what's really, really wonderful is being able to speak to someone who has this high status, being famous, well known, whatever you want to call it, and you're just talking like it's nobody, just your friend from down the street. That's what's really wonderful about that sort of stuff that happens. Well, I'll go ahead and drop some names here. If anybody has seen what's the name of the film? I've lost it. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. If you remember the character
Anyone?
Cameron.
Bueller, anyone?
Al and I were high school classmates, and we still correspond. And to me, he's Al. He's just another friend, which is a wonderful thing. Yes, he is an actor, and yeah, he's had his name plastered here, there, and everywhere. But he's just plain old Al. And if you happen to be listening, Al, I love you dearly. William Hartnell. Oh my word. Okay, you're going way back there. I'm thinking who is my favorite Doctor? It's kind of a toss up, really.
I like Matt Smith.
Mine is David Tennant.
Well, Smith and Tennant were kind of opposites and they were both great in their role. Whereas, you know what I liken them to is Simon and Garfunkel, where one of them is the professional trained voice and one is the more kid kind of thing. Where Matt Smith was the kid, and Tennant was great with the dramatics when he was doing the. Whenever he said "I'm so sorry," you believed it. So
Yes.
so that was they were almost complementary, those two doctors, and that's why is his name escape me? I found him hilarious because again of his sarcasm. Pre-Tenant. Why does his name escape me? Where he called
the one
all
before Tennant. Are you talking about Eccleston?
Eccleston. Thank you. Yeah, all humans are stupid apes. I loved that.
Kate, hi.
Stupid apes.
Yeah, Kate just dropped into chat.
And I am, of course, going to bother her to come in here if she doesn't mind.
Oh, cool.
She's always a welcome person here. And let's see what we have. There we go. And only if you're up for it, Kate. I know the clock's being off by an hour and everything is probably not the greatest. As it's, let me see now, it's 10 a.m. where you are.
Yeah, of course, though our clocks don't change for another couple of weeks.
I can remember, and I'm trying to think about this. I'm trying to think if I'm remembering this correctly, but it seems that, okay, when I was a girl, the time changed the to daylight time a good bit later than it does now, and
Kitty.
changed back.
How are you?
Hello, hello, hello.
Still waking up. I
Good
didn't get to
morning.
bed till like 3 a.m. last night, so.
Kitty.
Aw.
Yeah, I thought maybe you wouldn't mind coming on, considering the topic, Kate.
What's the topic today?
Okay, today's topic in the main show was on the doorstep to space. Sci had gone to Kennedy to view the Crew Dragon launch and was at an NASA social while there. We were talking about that a good bit, and I know how much you love the program.
Yeah, actually, it's funny because I bumped into a bunch of folks campaigning for Bernie yesterday, and they were like, we want to make sure you're registered as a Democrat so you can vote in the primary. And then, like, after filling out all the forms, they asked me, what issue concerns you a lot? And I just said, popped out of my head, I said, we need to revitalize NASA. And it startled them because they don't expect anyone to say that. But then, well, yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. It's critical for us.
Great.
Well, if nothing else, we should fucking terraform Mars, damn it.
No shit.
Yeah,
Okay. Now, does anybody in here have enough technical knowledge to make come up with any decent answers on this one? I've always wondered about how efficacious terraforming Mars would be, because remember the low gravity, the absence of a magnetic field, that sort of thing. If you established an atmosphere around Mars, wouldn't it kind of
we'd lose it.
blow away?
Yes, we'd lose it. Absolutely. I can sort of give at least my impressions of an answer on that if you'd like.
Sure.
It's. I think the best we can do for permanent habitation is habitation units, building structures.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, right. Can't hear. Oh no, we got to do something about that. What the hell went wrong? Well, I don't know here, kids.
That was the old days, though.
I may have done it to us by changing my headset over to default. I'd really like this to work better than it does, but I know I'm asking a lot. Okay, kids, how's it going? Can you guys hear what's up? If anybody on the if anybody on the panel wants to say anything,
They're saying there.
Anything.
sound is
Yeah,
back.
sound is back, apparently.
Okay, all right.
So let's go through that one again.
Okay.
Rewind.
Yeah.
I think there's something about cheese.
Yes.
Moon
Indeed.
cheese. Yeah.
All right. I'll restate my answer to the question, which was about the possibility. We lost it at terraforming. The possibility of terraforming Mars. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it.
Okay. Here, I'll paraphrase so it doesn't take a month and a half like it usually does for me to say it's raining. All right. Something I think is significant. Something I think is significant there. Okay, that covers it. No, terraforming Mars. No, we can't make Earth 2. It doesn't have a magnetic field. If we do manage to start releasing, gases from, ice and rocks and stuff like that, it's all going to blow away from the solar wind. In my opinion, it's going to be habitation units, in all probability, underground, to kind of protect from radiation, which is awfully nasty stuff when you have no magnetic field. But they'll start out little tin cans connected to each other, and eventually that may evolve into tunneled and expanded, dome-shaped underground environments that can hold more. But what there is, and which technically to me counts as terraforming, is that it's not being thought of as we have to send supplies and keep a convoy of supply ships going. Is to actually reproduce the what we think of as the circle of life here, where plants are grown, plants are used, they die, they go back into the ground, provide and fertilization, and of course if we have any bees left, we'll have to get some of them up there. But this kind of terraforming is not only possible, that's what's in the works now.
Well,
And that was
wait. When you say that, though, because when I picture a circle of life like that, I picture it outside. But it sounds like that's not possible. So you're talking about a circle of life in these tunnels?
Yeah, that's all I can think of, and I have just because of the radiation, even an aluminum can type environment, long term, I believe would not provide sufficient shielding for people to go about their daily lives, because on the ISS, it's a relatively contained environment. There's no need for incoming sunlight for plants and stuff like that. All that's artificial.
Mm-hmm.
It's for people to actually live. A lot of their time is going to be taken up actually doing the tasks of living, and less just doing experiments that last. Here's a month-long experiment, on to the next one. The task of staying alive is going to be in the forefront, and that will be the experiment. So I believe that a lot of the habitation areas are going to have to be in either in an underground area, possibly tunneled, possibly existing caves that are already there, or in heavily shielded, ever expanding collection of habitation units.
Well, it seems, because if we're going to terraform Mars at all, the idea is going to have like a self-sustaining place where you can just live, right?
Mhm.
Like if we can't make Earth 2, then there's got to be something at least close, because otherwise what's the point of going? If all you're doing is being there to survive, if you can't just live, like have a life and choose a different career other than like astro farmer, what's the point? You know what I mean?
And you're saying exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is part of the thinking, but the closest and way off in the distant future, the closest I can think of for that is doable with Mars as a starting point is if anybody's familiar with, say, it was the old TV show Babylon 5 and their Mars colony, where they had the huge domed environment. That kind of thing is the best we can do. Utilizing the whole planet where we're walking around in open air. There may be some kind of magic in the future I don't know about, but I can't think of anything where we'd be walking on the surface, open air, no hats.
Okay, and that's the thought that just came to my mind. Though, are we going to be able to? Are we going to be able to make the creationists and the Bible literalists all happy, and actually have a firmament?
That's actually what we're going to have. But I suspect just because it requires less construction materials, I believe at least initially, either existing caves or some tunneling will be involved. That way you don't have to day 1 through day 5,000, I don't think we're going to be producing the large glass dome that we'd like to see, where people can just, hop on the electric bus and go to their Mars job and then go home after and have it have nothing to do with space travel or anything like that.
Well, I do know the large glass dome that I'd like to see, and that would be the one, if you've seen the film Silent Running.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
that spaceship and that dome, and this guy's in there looking after it. Yeah, that.
I seem to remember not liking that movie very much.
Yeah,
That was the one. I think it's Bruce Dern, and he's just hanging out with a couple of really stupid robots. That's the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I don't know the names of the actors. I'm useless with actors, but yeah, there's robots and things go obviously wrong, and yeah, but the whole dome thing and the glass, and you see, that's what makes me think, well, what's the difference between going to Mars and having a dome that's on a planet and having a spaceship that is essentially the same thing that you can practice with up in space?
I think part of it is just the opportunity for expansion. It's probably harder to do that with a space station.
But oddly enough, you just described the function of Gateway, which will be orbiting the moon. That's
Cool.
we were saying earlier that I was saying earlier that I was initially distressed at the whole we're not doing a one shot to Mars anymore. It's back to the moon, and at the time I was saying, what the hell for? And it's to do exactly that. These experimental steps, while we're thinking about the ships to get there, we get to do experiments on the ISS, on Gateway, and on the lunar surface, all of which are going to be great practice runs for getting plants to grow, getting a sustainable environment when we do get to Mars. So what I thought was a cop-out, let's just go to the moon, is not. It's a great plan. And I fully endorse this change, not one shot to Mars.
The one thing I wonder is if you heard anything, Cy, as to the rationale for placing Gateway in lunar orbit rather than on the lunar surface.
Well, there will be lunar surface stuff going on as well. And yes, I have. Thanks for asking that question. It's another thing. There's so much that goes on at these events. It's hard to remember everything in order to convey it to people who are not there.
Mm-hmm.
The advantage of a lunar orbiting one is it's farther. It's one step farther than ISS. As we mentioned earlier, it takes a little longer to get something's gone horribly wrong. Got to send up some water, more oxygen, whatever. It's a little bit harder than to station, and it is a small environment. Whereas a surface, I was about to say surface mount, a real tiny environment. Something on the lunar surface, you have through various missions, you have room to expand a little. And Gateway is an excellent practice environment for the trip to Mars, because you're isolated. You don't have you don't have the immediate rescue capability. You have to be able to keep yourself going for a couple of days, and you're in a somewhat enclosed environment, so they can, because it's there's more than the technology and the what are we going to eat and do we have enough air. There's psychology that needs to be looked at. Long term, being stuck in a very small environment. That's one of the reasons for an orbiting platform, not in place of, but in addition to surface operations.
Yeah, because what is your best estimate for one way to Mars? About 7 months?
Depending, assuming you hit it when it's not on the other side of the solar system.
Yeah, it would be a not bad idea. So yeah, you kind of wanted a closest approach rather than farthest.
Indeed, and it's just dreadfully unimportant that there's no such thing as suspended animation. That's one of the sci-fi cop-outs back to Lost in Space. Because the whole psychological problem of keeping people basically in a can, very close to each other for long periods of time. Hell, I have trouble tolerating people 50 yards from me.
Right?
But yeah. So anyway, again, there's me taking a half hour to say it's raining. Yes, that's the advantage of an orbiting platform, either in place of, not in place of, but in addition to surface operations.
Okay, and while we're at it with the surface operations, do you know offhand if anybody's talked about doing anything on the far side? Because we haven't extensively explored that. Is there anything new to be learned there, or is it just going to be more of same?
Well, I have not heard of any operations intended for that. Let's see, I'm just looking for a thing that might be of value here in talking about the purposes for everything. I'm hoping I have a still picture that would, heck. All right, maybe I can do there's a whiteboard that covers a lot of the questions that were just asked. Pay no attention to the sound. I'm gonna kill the sound as soon as possible. I just want to get it to the screen.
I'm under the protector break.
There we go. All right. I'm just gonna, as soon as I get a full shot of the whiteboard, I'm going to. You know what? Do you want to see this? This is it's about 3 minutes, and it talks all the stuff that I blathered on about. It covers in under 3 minutes.
Hey, sounds good.
Yeah, it's either that or listen to me until Tuesday. and I think we know what the wise.
That's movie night replayed.
Yes. All right. I'll bring this up. This is again raw footage. This unfortunately is not a premiere. The astronaut stuff, that was all you. That was, no one has ever seen my astronaut footage, of Gel prior to that. This unfortunately, I can't make that claim, has already been in a video. Let me get this going so you can see what the hell I'm talking about.
And you're already presented to everyone, so there we go. Hell, oh my!
Right.
It even looks like a whiteboard. It reminds me of Robert Reich's stuff when he's drawing on a board.
Yeah, well, it is an actual whiteboard, and I hope in this segment that I brought up, it's not going to be everything, because, like I said, this is a 3-minute one, but it'll give you the impression that all the stuff that we were just talking about, yeah, they're thinking about that and have already started various experiments, tests, tasks, plans, things like that. All right, enough of me blathering. Let me run this for you.
All right.
There you go. Stuff and things coming up.
Yay.
Space
Yay,
stuff
and things. Space stuff and things.
Here we go.
And I'm under the protective radiation magnetic fields of the Earth that basically protect us from deep space radiation. But when I go to the moon, now I'm in a partial gravity environment, 1/6 gravity. What does that do to how water and air behaves in the root zone for plants and how they have access to it? I'm also no longer in that protective radiation environment from Earth. I'm in the deep space radiation environment. And we have not spent enough time there. We haven't taken plants there to know how are they going to perform when exposed to that for long periods of time. And it's not just the plants that are growing, it's the seeds we would bring along the way. I might have seeds stored up there for a few years. Are they going to germinate? Are they going to grow successfully? Same thing for the surface of Mars. Top three are our microgravity actual space-based missions. International Space Station, which has been up there for 20 years doing its thing. What I get there that I don't have on Earth is I have the microgravity valuation, but I'm still in the magnetic field protection of Earth. It's when I get to the new station. I'm going to call it a station. That's not politically correct. The next vehicle, the Gateway. Now that's where we're deploying this thing out by the moon. But now I'm in both the microgravity and the deep space radiation environment, which is the same as when I go on the missions to Mars with the deep space transport vehicle. So these are all the destinations that we're working in. And the question is, where does food come into this that we have to grow, as opposed to the prepackaged food, which is always for the anywhere near the near future is going to be a big component of the diet. What we're looking to do is to supplement that nutrition. And the reason is, right now, the prepackaged food lasts from the order of about 3.
Okay, yeah, that was what I really wanted you to see. The rest of it does go on for a bit. Is about the food production and what they're trying to do and all that. There's a video about that. But
Okay.
I just wanted you to see that the stuff that you just asked, why this, why a lunar orbiter, why do we want to be on the surface of the moon? It's getting in incremental steps closer to what we will experience and encounter at Mars. So that's why. There you go.
Yay. Okay, then.
Real space isn't nearly as much fun as the movies, and that stinks.
Yeah, I know.
That's very true.
Agreed.
Also, every time someone calls that station Gateway, I twitch a little just because one of my favorite books is called Gateway, and it's all about a station, Wonder of Wonders, called Gateway. And so, I picture the novel in my head every time someone says that.
Understood. Well, the funny thing about talking to these people is that platforms get proper names. For example, you notice when he said, and I did it when we were talking about it, both in the original show and in this after show, is that the scientists don't say on the International Space Station, they say on station, as if it's its proper name, like Bob. We're going to see Bob, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And Gateway is, and when we go to Gateway, that's its proper name. And hearing them for 2 days speaking that way, I came away speaking that way as well. I caught myself a couple of times just now saying, and on station, and people may hear that and what the hell is he talking about on station? What International Space Station. So anyway, alrighty.
That's when I had to get accustomed to when I started hearing people speaking of on orbit rather than in orbit. I mean, it seems like it's such a small thing, but when you're hearing all that when you're a kid, in orbit, all of a sudden on orbit, and what the other one is the deorbit. I know that it was out there as a term, but what you usually heard was retrofire.
Indeed.
Oh, every time, similarly, the whole, what was it, on orbit versus in orbit, all of that. It reminds me of listening to some of the weird little Britishisms that come up sometimes, where it's like being on holiday instead of on vacation or on a holiday or whatever, things like that.
Yeah.
Or things that are pluralized that aren't here. Like if they talk about, say, I don't know, Microsoft, for example, they'll say Microsoft are instead of Microsoft is. Like
Yes.
things like that. And so hearing little tiny things like that, it can make me twitch a little.
Yeah, I'm accustomed, strangely enough, I don't know why it sounds right to me to hear Microsoft R, but when you think about it, it does make sense.
No,
in a sense of Microsoft is a set of people more than
but that's
one.
no, Microsoft is a company. If you want to say Microsoft employees, now we're talking about a set of people. But Microsoft itself is a corporation, a company. It's a legal entity.
Yeah, now that's an interesting one. I may have to do an entire show on that one of these days, because that leads you into corporate personhood and all that other happy stuff. But I'll save that for a long time in the future.
Well, it's just a thing that's always like I don't know. Language has always been a thing. You've heard me pun,
Oh yes,
and
and I dearly love it. Come on.
yeah, but I mean, point being that that's why things like that affect me because I'm like, whoa, what? You said what now? So
Oh, hey, you might want to unpresent me. Everyone is being forced to stare at my somewhat peanut-shaped head.
Okay, we're gonna have to do some about that. Thank you.
There you go.
Sweetness.
There you go.
Thank you,
Much
Sweetness, for
preferable.
reminding me. I forget all the little things here.
I'm a little thing now. And I've been forgotten.
I don't know. You're gonna have to slap me down or something. You know, you're gonna have to come out here and remind me that you actually exist.
Indeed.
I'll set up the grill and pitch horseshoes. You know. And everybody else is invited too. Not that anybody would want to come out to.
I would love to come out.
Yeah, the problem is though that I live in Pittsburgh, and just that word, that name, Pittsburgh. It's like ew.
Oh, it's only about 9 hours from here. Come on. That's no trip.
Wait a minute, 9?
Something like that. I
Oh,
don't remember.
you're a
I don't
little
remember.
farther away than I thought. Then.
I'm on the exceedingly east coast of New Jersey.
Yeah, because it takes. I didn't think it took that long to cross New Jersey. Is basically what I'm saying, because my ex grew up in Warren County. When we would go to visit her father, it would take us 6 hours to get to Phillipsburg.
You're forgetting the inverted and sometimes sideways trucks on the pike.
I am indeed.
That's
Yeah.
where the 9 hours. That's where the 9 hours come from.
Okay.
You're 10 hours from me here.
Again, that's a day trip, right? We'd show up.
Hey. Okay. Hey, glad to have you. I could even put you up overnight. I mean, I've got an extra mattress in the back that's all rolled up and everything. One of those things from IKEA. You know, I can sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I can sleep on that, and somebody can sleep over here, and put somebody on the dining table. That would work, right?
You have to look at me and say "out" so I can test the camping abilities of the VW bus.
Okay, now we're talking.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, come on, everybody, come on out here. You know, before I don't exist anymore.
Yeah,
I
once
think
I'm feeling well enough.
Coast. I'm done with the East Coast, really. I mean, I was raised in Vermont, and that was enough. I mean, because basically, like anywhere in the East Coast that isn't wall-to-wall rednecks is also really, 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 really cold in the wintertime. So none of that appeals.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that because we're not, New Jersey's not a redneck state, and although in the summer, at least the shore area becomes New York.
Yeah, I was going to say all the bennies.
The bennies. Should I enlighten folks as to where the name Benny comes from?
Go right ahead. Go right ahead. That's why we're here.
The visitors to, and it's not a derogatory term, but it is a descriptive term of in the past where most of the visitors to the New Jersey shore came from, which is Bergen County, Essex County, Newark, the city, and New York. Benny, Benny. That's where the Bennies come from. And
Okay,
that is
then.
looked at as a demographic. That is the group that would always come down and visit us. And the good part about it is, one, they're fun people. It's not that whole Jersey Shore show. No, that's not it. The people that come to visit us are not lunatics who are constantly drunk and having sex in the streets. No.
Where's the fun in that?
Well,
Right?
Okay, enough of that.
Sounds boring.
well, there's a fair amount of fun at the shore. Trust me. Maybe I'm making it a little too white and fluffy, but like a big cloud of happiness. But what I am saying is, it's not the lunacy that people used to see on that TV show. They're basically nice folks come down, and the local businesses love it because they always bring the Amex.
Yes, that's always a good thing.
And the what?
The American Express card.
MX. That is so not what I heard. Okay.
Okay.
I heard MX, and I'm like, a missile?
Missiles.
Damn, that's a party.
Just
Well,
like
come on,
Understand my confusion.
Right?
just like
We've all seen that TV show, The Jersey Shore. Tell me you didn't think missile the first
Right.
time you saw it.
You know what? I have never seen that show. I'm happy I haven't.
Yeah, there you go.
I've never seen it either.
You don't
I've
need to
seen
know what
clips.
Snooki is.
Well, I've seen
Yeah.
a couple pictures of Snooki with the what the hell is that thing called? Where you've got the
An ass.
Well, that too. where you got the couple bottles of the Mexican beer or whatever the hell that is in a margarita glass.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know.
Where
I
the
don't know what it's
there's the little metal rack on the side that holds the bottle upside down in a margarita glass.
Yeah.
That is the name for that. That's the drink with the little metal thing that holds a beer upside down in the margarita glass.
Oh, okay. Now I know. And
That rolls off the tongue.
I always
Yes.
wondered what the point of that was, because I don't think that something like that would show up even on movie night, for Christ's sake. I mean, we're a little more refined than that, aren't we?
Indeed. We've gone right for the IVs.
I am so sorry. Oh my! I quit smoking 7 months ago, and I'm still clearing my lungs out.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, most definitely.
That is one habit I am so glad I never started.
I
Yes.
congratulate you. It is.
Oh, I've said it before. I'll say it again. I don't know how anyone ever has a second cigarette.
For me, it was because I had zero bad things happen with the first one.
Oh.
Mm.
No,
So-
I tried one once, and after the first initial inhale and the hacking and the coughing and the oh my gosh, this sucks, I was like, yeah, I'm not down with this shit.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, there was a time when it was cool.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
And you had to. It was an ability you had to get, like in your younger years. Oh God, I gotta learn how to ride a bike. All my friends know how to ride bikes. It was almost like it was the same thing.
Yeah.
And there
That's
were
a
not
good way to put it.
Yeah.
But whenever I'm like, okay, that's cool, but I really hate it, I didn't do it.
Then you are wise,
Yes.
and I congratulate you.
Yeah, I admit very freely that I took up smoking in an effort to fit in, and what I already knew it, but I hadn't come to terms with it. I wasn't going to fit in no matter what I did. It was just the whole demographic and everything. But that's what I did to try to fit in, and 49 years, for Christ's sake, I'm puffing away.
I'm going to have to knock it off. So I'm presently to anyone listening, this is a bad thing. I'm currently still a smoker, and it has been for quite a while as well. Since I was a silent, since I was a silent, and
Cylon?
now it's just silent.
By your command.
We need RJ to do the sound of the eyes. I'll bet he could do that.
Yes, yes.
But but anyway, I should knock it off soon, because as of yet there have been no deleterious effects. I do still do the 5K in town every once in a while. My heart fails to explode. I do not cease to respire. So now's the time to knock it off before something bad happens. So
Yeah,
I agree.
it was really making itself known when I was losing my singing voice. I mean, I started sounding like gravel and a whole bit like this, and it was okay. Maybe I should really quit dragging on this pipe, because that was the other thing. I mean, I know it's not exactly feminine and everything, or people don't think it is, but I'm smoking a pipe at home and inhaling the goddamn thing.
Oh my!
Yeah,
that's not right.
And maybe about 20 years of that, because I started with cigarettes, but then I switched to the pipe when that became a lot cheaper than the cigarettes were. But yeah, it really does a job on the throat, guys. And I'm not quite back to Neil Young territory, but I'm not doing too badly at this point.
Well, there are some singers out there, mostly guys. I'm trying to think if there's any women who have like gravelly voices and people love it. I'm picturing like Tom Waits here.
Okay, and then anybody knows about Kenny Rogers? That was another one.
Yeah.
Well, but doesn't he sing evil music?
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Yeah, he's that country guy.
Country.
Yeah.
Like the only country I've ever managed to enjoy. There are two instances. One, Weird Al Yankovic, and two, when Me First and the Gimme Gimmes did their punk covers of country songs album. That's the only other time. Like, I've discovered country music isn't bad if it's not played like country music. That it's not so much the song itself, it's the style.
Okay, and then the one that got on my nerves was, my dog left me and my wife died, and that especially the we're all conservative Christian thing, and it's like
Yes.
Redneck goth.
Uh-huh.
My dog died, my wife left me, life sucks, I'm a goth, except I wear a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
That's remember Charlie Daniels band? They were not too offensive.
Not that bad.
And I do have one of the songs from them I'm absolutely nuts about. It was it The Legend of Woolly Swamp? It's like a Halloween song.
I don't know if I know about that one.
It's basically a story song that they're telling you a story with the song about a guy who got killed in the swamp, but it's so full of what we would consider country speech, like I'm trying to think of an example. But just things that a city type person would not say in a sentence. Perfectly correct, perfectly grammatical, just not the way we would say it. And the whole song is more of a rock song than like a lot of their stuff was more of a rock song than a country song anyway. Sometimes sometimes the only thing country about them was the hats. So anyway, that's one to look into.
I will admit liking. There's one song put out by a country rock group that were called the Outlaws. What is it? Green Grass and High Clouds Forever. That was the name of the song. The lyrics themselves are absolute shit, but the guitar work that comprised the last half of the song, I liked for some reason. I still keep it around when I'm on the stationary cycle. So if anybody wants to look that one up, yeah, it's one of the things that Diana likes besides the Bach.
Bach.
Yeah, and I was trying to be nice to you, Kate, but unfortunately you weren't up early enough. I just skipped. Say again.
What were you playing?
I skipped the opening music entirely this time because I didn't have the time to get something else set up. My system broke on me again last night. Well, what happened? I think I told you about this. I performed some surgery on it, a hard drivectomy, and when I replaced the master boot record and got everything going, all of a sudden, it was behaving badly. So I said, okay, screw all of this. I'm just going to take everything off. I'm going to reinstall cold. So that's what I was doing last night until like, I don't know, 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. Uh, I'm amazed I was actually up for the damn show.
Yeah, actually, I set 5 alarms in succession to make sure I wouldn't miss this.
Well, thank you. It's nice to know that me and my little show actually mean something to somebody.
Well, I just I hate waste, and thinking of the amount of bribe money I had to give you to get me on this show. I mean, that's no small chunk of change.
Oh my, yeah, I'll be waiting in the mail for the check to arrive.
Yeah, it's going to come out of my shill checks, my NASA shill checks.
Yes. Robert X. Robert X says maybe I should start smoking so I can feel the great feeling of quitting smoking.
No.
Don't.
No, certainly not.
Okay, Mark Caesar, is vaping still hard on your throat? The one time I tried.
Whoa.
What the hell was that?
Where was that?
Who did that?
That's something I'm here today.
Hallelujah.
The one time I tried vaping, it was worse on my throat than cigarettes ever were.
See, I don't find it. I find it soothes my throat. Like if I put some menthol in it, when I have a sore throat, it actually helps. It also depends on whether you're using the vegetable glycerin or propylene glycol.
Oh, nothing like inhaling antifreeze.
Well, some of the
No, propylene glycol is actually not an antifreeze. Ethyl glycol is an antifreeze, not propylene glycol.
There we go.
It's a very common fear mongering thing, though, is to tell people, "Oh, it's an antifreeze," so But no, the vegetable glycerin is smoother on the throat. The propylene glycol does tend to cause a lot more irritation. At least that's how it is for me.
Yeah,
well, how it's presented by the there are a couple for people who have never had cigarettes before. There's a great array, and it's not really a good thing. We're sucking in stuff that humans were not designed to suck in. It's not good. But for the folks that have never had cigarettes, they can choose any of these options and see what they like, I guess. For the folks who are trying to substitute that for cigarettes, because whether or not it's accurate, it's less damaging or whatever, less damaging, less toxic, whatever. There is the concept of what the vaping community calls throat hit, which is to make a suitable substitute for physical cigarettes with a vaping device. It has to kind of pound you in the throat, like with a cigarette, you get a feeling in your throat that something unusual is going on.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that they call that the throat hit, and those are the ones that we're probably describing now as more harsh. So, still, best thing to do is no cigarettes, no vaping.
Right.
Have a nice beer instead.
And the thing I wanted to do.
I did actually try vaping once simply because with the whole epilepsy thing, I was told that marijuana, especially high CBD, could really help with seizures, right? And so I tried it and really, really didn't enjoy it. So, yeah. Marijuana has weird effects on me, except I've discovered that what it was is I just wasn't used to it. And so I stopped after the first try because it was so extreme. After a while, it started sort of calming down and I got more used to it, and it's actually helped a bit.
Oh, right.
That's nice.
So that's a good thing.
But I'm not vaping, it's all edibles.
Yeah, that's the route I would have to go to, probably.
That's the one thing I've thought of, and it's a good thing that my back isn't giving me any problems lately, well, in the last 20 years anyway, because I have 5 slip discs, 3 in the lower back, 2 in the neck, And when those would give me a problem, when I had the pain from that, the only thing that would do anything for that would be marijuana. I mean, even the opioids that they would give me did nothing. But cannabis, yeah, that was great analgesic, and it's the only thing is that I don't know that I could do it anymore if I had to, because I don't know if I could get anything in my throat again, in my lungs, the smoking thing. You know,
You could do like
if I'd end up,
edibles.
if I yeah, I was going to say the edibles. You know, trying to smoke this stuff. I don't know if I'd cough all over the place
Yeah.
I'd want to try the chocolate if I could, but obviously that's like it would kind of render the having the marijuana moot, since it's because like I mean chocolate causes the seizures. I'm hoping they'll let me start doing chocolate now after the brain surgery, but edibles are pretty good. And one thing that's actually kind of wild here in San Diego is there's a service that will like hand deliver your marijuana to you. Like they'll actually almost like Lyft or Uber, they will drive
cool.
like right to your door, and like an hour tops.
Really?
Seriously,
Farms.
really cool.
That's
Wow.
That's great. It's got to, you know, like, hey, let's have a party, man. Get on the phone. And an hour later, there it is. And that's perfect. I like it.
I am like using it for therapeutic purposes, but I'm sure there's people out there who are like, man, deliver us a bushel of joints, please. So
hell, yeah, that would have been me back in when I was at university the first time.
Robert has an important question.
I saw that, and I do indeed have a Patreon.
Is it down in the description, Diana?
I did not put it in my. I didn't put it in the description. I put size in there. Yeah, your Patreon, your channel.
How kind of you.
Let me.
Yeah, marijuana is something that I wish I had been able to use for pain, because I'm now to the point where they've prescribed opioids for the last 13 years.
Oh, shit.
And your body gets used to it. And for the next surgery, they don't want me to be on any painkillers because they want to know how bad the pain is. And not only are they really not helping, but now I'm going through severe withdrawal because we're knocking down the dosage.
Yeah.
So there will be screaming receptors. That's not good.
Yeah. Well, they want to try a new medication which actually works on 6 receptors instead of just the mu receptor that opioids work on.
Okay.
It's an off-label use for it. I guess the main use is for opioid addiction, but if you titrate it in really small amounts, it actually can help with pain. So I'm researching into that, and then I'll be calling them to see about that. But yeah, it's been a really tough road here.
There's actually a fairly high-profile case in the UK about someone called Billy Caldwell, who was a boy who had seizures. Obviously, cannabis is illegal here in the UK, and this was essentially needed in order to save his quality of life, because while he was on cannabis oil, he could function, and while he was not on cannabis oil, he was basically seizing all the time. So he's one of the few people in the UK that is actually allowed to use cannabis oil for his seizures. Oh,
wow. That's cool.
It took years. It took a long time for him to get it, and
I imagine.
Yeah, at one point, he was there, and it's like, well, we'll give you this dose, but we can't guarantee anything after that. So imagine just being in that situation. Oh, all right, great. I'm going to be normal for a few hours, or however long it lasts, and then that's my last dose. But yeah, he's got it. It was about 2 weeks ago. It's literally been guaranteed now for him.
Good.
Was there ever a reason that cannabis was illegal that wasn't racially motivated?
No.
No, it was all racially motivated.
Yeah, they were afraid.
They did They did an episode on that. Do you know the show Adam Ruins Everything?
No.
They
I've heard
if
the
you look it
title
up,
of it.
yeah, if you look it up, I think the clip is on.
Sorry, I watched it. I don't everything.
Yeah, I think it might be on YouTube if you look for Adam Ruins Everything about the drug war, and he goes into in depth why marijuana was specifically targeted during that.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
specifics I
like
looked at.
even just prohibition, like with alcohol, was really fucking stupid. I mean, I don't know why we've ever had a problem with mind-altering substances, ever, really. But even then, just the whole like racially motivated part was just,
Yep.
you know.
Yep, and it was. And during Prohibition, I also learned a weird fact with that is that they were actually poisoning the ethyl alcohol that was used in industries at factories and stuff. They were putting poison in it because they found out people were taking that from the factories to get drunk off of, and they ended up killing or severely injuring a lot of people with that.
Yes. And that's the basis of denaturing that goes on to this day.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the denaturants are still pretty bad. I believe some ethanol is denatured with methanol, and you really don't want that because while the ethanol is metabolized to acetaldehyde, which I mean it's bad enough on you, but it will kill you in what amounts that you get from a Manhattan or something like that. Methanol is metabolized to formaldehyde, and that does horrible things, even in small doses. And then I think some people are putting denatonium compounds in there. One of the trade names of that is Bitrex.
I've heard that name. I forget what it is.
The most bitter tasting compound known.
Yep.
It's something that horrible ass parents would buy and put on their kids' fingernails to stop nail biting.
They used it on me for because I used to suck my thumb really bad when I was like 5, and she didn't want me doing it in school, so she bought a bunch of Bitrex and used it.
I guess that explains the name.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Yeah, even in the tiniest concentrations, this stuff is horrible. I don't know if you can detect a single molecule or not, but it might be close.
Yeah, for some things they use formaldehyde in super minute doses, but not anything that can kill.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it is one of the more dangerous things.
Oh.
Now the MSB would tell stories about the guys aboard ship milking torpedoes.
Milking torpedoes?
Yeah, I guess.
It's like a euphemism.
I guess the torpedoes aboard ship were fueled with ethanol, and allegedly, I don't know how true this is, some of the guys would draw off some of the torpedo fuel to drink. Now, as I say, I don't know how true this is because you do enough of that and your torpedo isn't going to do the job you sent it out to do because it's not going to get to where it's supposed to go.
Well, you hope for the best. Maybe we won't meet any enemies.
Yeah, it's... Now, he served aboard a destroyer, so you didn't have too many torpedoes fired from there. If anything, it was from the tubes along the rails. But I'll have to look it up someday and see if that was actually a thing.
I have to admit, ever since like playing Battleship as a kid, I always wondered why those tiny ass boats were called destroyers. It always seemed to me like they're not big enough to really destroy much. the way, say, a battleship would be big enough to destroy
And author
stuff.
of the new
So
book,
I don't know. It's
What
always
is going on?
Oh, Mark, you asked what happened to my wireless headphones. I bought another set of headphones because the wireless headphones, which I still have, were rather uncomfortable. These are the headphones I bought. They would slide up and down the ear and everything, and after 8 hours on air, it would kind of hurt. So I looked around for a set of headphones. These are allegedly Bluetooth headphones. The only thing is I've got to figure out how to get them to work under Ubuntu. But for now, I have it hooked up with the little cable here, and it's working all right. I would just like to get it on the Bluetooth.
Oh,
It
I
doesn't.
wish I could. I wish I lived closer. We could get that set up for you.
Oh my. Yeah, that's right. You actually do run a real operating system, don't you?
Yeah, my fiance does. Yeah, he knows all about Ubuntu and loves it.
No, Slackware's the real operating system.
Oh man, that's how
Yeah, he runs Slack too.
I started with Slackware. My first Linux system was
on all 12 floppies.
yeah, it was Slackware 3.1.
It was crazy.
This was, I think, in '98. Now, I had run Unix-like systems prior to that, so I was accustomed to what was going on. But God, I loved it. And I had grown up with command line interface. So, I mean, when I was first doing anything on a computer, it was 1970. I was in 8th grade, and the school system actually had a Hewlett-Packard computer. Not the kind not a Presario, okay? So a little before that. But this guy was about the size of a steamer trunk, had about as much power as a pocket, 4-function pocket calculator. All for the low price of $125,000. But it was a great place to start. I fell in love with programming at that point, and when I got the crap from those two about my original interest to get into, well, it wasn't called aerospace engineering yet, but that field, they were all over me because NASA's laying off. They're only thinking about the manned side. They're not thinking about the robotic missions or anything like that. But yeah, they weren't gonna put the kid through college to go into that, and the kid couldn't fund college himself. I was trying to do the boy thing at the time. So the next place I went was programming. And I actually did that for a living for a while. I was a code monkey.
Yep, so was my fiance.
I still do it recreationally. A couple projects I have to pick up again that have been sitting around doing nothing lately, but
Well, look at that. There is hope for humanity. I just learned something. There may be hope for humanity. I was able to Google milking the torpedo without safe search on.
all right.
Oh.
All right.
And nothing frightening happened like when those wackos made me look into furry stuff in Google.
Oh man, that sounds more dangerous than going into space, that Google search.
Indeed. I'm still partially blind in one eye thanks to that.
Actually, along similar lines, there's this new breakfast food I heard of. You should totally look it up, called Blue Waffle.
Change the title. This has become the let's torture Sci again hour.
Yeah, we'll have it after the lemon party. I think. Yeah.
I'm partially blind in my left eye.
Oh, really?
So once again, I've tripped over exactly the wrong thing to say. My apologies. It was. I have that skill. Let's see. Yeah, not safe search was not needed. I am shocked.
Yeah, I don't see any references. Oh, here you go. Real torpedo. I found one, the Sweet Cherry Rancho memoir, and what we have here is real torpedo juice was the 200 proof alcohol used in Navy torpedoes. Well, it wasn't quite 200 proof because if you did load the torpedo with absolute alcohol, it wouldn't stay absolute very long. Absolute alcohol is very hygroscopic,
Mm-hmm.
and it picks water out of the air, and you end up with an azeotrope that's I think it's about 190 or 194 proof.
Mm.
Wow.
Well, that's the cool thing about alcohol in general, as opposed to as a beverage. The other cool thing about it is a little water doesn't really help. I mean, doesn't really hurt with the whole flammability thing.
Yeah, definitely.
You could still run motors on it.
As a matter of fact, the V2 and even the Redstones that were used to put Al Shepard and Gus Grissom, throw them up to 115 miles, ran on ethanol with water. I think it was a slightly lesser concentration than 94%, but the water was there basically to cool the engine nozzle. Otherwise, on the V2s especially, you would get the burn through at the throat, and it was really fun. There are still some videos out there of V2s taking off of the firing table sideways.
Aha.
But Diana goes blathering on about that stuff.
So you know what's
it's cool.
really, I don't know if creepy is the right word for it, but when you're looking at birthday notifications on Facebook, like today's friends who have birthdays sort of thing,
Yeah.
and you come across someone who's been dead for years and you never unfriended them or anything, that's a little weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm probably going to run into that because we lost a community member recently, and I'm eventually I'm going to forget to unfriend him. So years from now, Mark is still going to show up. But oh well.
And it doesn't help that my traditional happy birthday on Facebook is your continued mortal existence pleases me, pitiful earth creature, right? So if I were to post that on her timeline, forgetting she was dead or something, and then like her parents saw it, that would just be like a bit of a faux pas.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
I don't know if I've done this one to you yet or not, Kate. My traditional is you old yet?
No, I don't think I've seen that one.
Okay. But
no, I'm not old. Actually, it's funny. One thing that I saw on Facebook earlier today was that on this day, because it's Will Wheaton's birthday, he's now the same age that Patrick Stewart was when he first starred on The Next Generation.
Wow.
And I'm sitting there going,
Jesus.
yeah, but Will Wheaton and Patrick Stewart are not the same. Like, you look at Patrick Stewart when he was like mid to late 40s, and he looked fucking 60 years old. Like, he's always been old.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Like, you look at him in Dune, and he looks old, right? Whereas Will Wheaton, I mean, he could patch for 30s.
That's the crazy thing. You talk about passing for whatever age and everything. Everybody still takes me to be in my late 40s or early 50s, and I'll take it. No problem there. Nothing like being taken as 15 years younger than you are. Okay. Adriana, thanks for coming on in. Seriously, and I hope you found some enjoyment out of this. And
I didn't even paying attention to chat, but I must have been paying attention to Twitter. There's a funny conversation on Twitter I was in.
okay,
Yeah.
but yeah, lunch is one of those important things.
Okay, so Amy, bye.
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 Take care. Yay, or I'm not saying yay because she's taking off or anything. I'm saying yay because she was here.
Yeah.
Oh, nice save.
Yeah, isn't that great? What, Orla? Taking to be 50 when you're 34? Yeah, that wouldn't work, would it? It's weird. I don't know how it goes with self-perception versus other perception. I forget how old I am. I really do. Well, you and I were talking about this, I think more than once, Kate, where I'm thinking about the way I saw the people who are my current age when I was 10 years old, something like that. And they seemed so much older than I see myself. Now, I don't know if I'm just trying to give myself the benefit of the doubt.
I do wonder how much, like what your life was like matters. Because, I mean, when I think about it, I've had a fairly cushy life compared to a lot of the world, compared to people, 30 years before I was born, all of that. So, I mean, I wonder if that's part of what's kept me as young as I am for my age. I don't know.
Uh-huh. Okay, because yeah, I think you've said it, and I can see how it happens. You'll pass for your 20s.
Yeah, and that happens. I've had someone literally accuse me of not being old enough to drink in the last couple of months, right? And I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. So,
whenever I would pick up, say, a pound of pipe tobacco or something back when I was still doing that sort of thing, and somebody would ask me for my ID, it would be like, thank you!
well, but the thing is, though, that a lot of places you have to ask for ID, even if someone looks like they're in their late 90s. You have to help them. It's just like illegal not to. So, I mean, I'm not sure how flattered anyone should be if they're carded.
Yeah, that too.
I don't get carded in restaurants, but I will at gas stations. But they're pretty strict on gas stations here, so.
What are you buying at a gas station?
Alcohol.
Well, yeah, but what?
Not in New Jersey.
Oh, just like because I go for those like the apple ciders that they have.
Oh, okay, those are good. I didn't know they had those gas stations, but still, okay.
In Wisconsin, they do, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the last time I was in a gas station, I don't even remember because I haven't driven in decades.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I haven't owned a car in decades or had access to one in decades. So, I mean, like the closest I've been to going into a gas station is like a 7-Eleven.
Okay. Yeah, we're out here anyway. I think a majority of the convenience stores are somehow attached to a gas station.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the 7-Eleven near me, I think it has a gas station as part of it, but not all of them do. So,
yeah, out here you've got things like Sunoco A1 and Sheetz. I think there was a convenience store with a gas station attached rather than the other way around, and a couple others like that. So you're always seeing gas pumps at the convenience store.
and I know this is kind of stupid, but I was using Google Earth, like Google Street View, to get to my old hometown back in Vermont, and there's this like convenience store. It was independently owned. It was like a family business or something. That's been torn down, but it was like a huge part of my childhood going there with my friend Brooke back in the day. And I was like, oh man, that's just not okay.
Right.
Times like that when I wish, oh, if only I'd taken a picture or so I could at least see it again.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of places. There was like a movie theater I used to go to all the time. That's now like a floral shop or something. And I'm like, man, that's another part of my childhood gone.
Hmm.
Oh well.
Yeah, around here, there was a convenience store chain called Lawson's that we would go to as kids all the time. And now the only place you can find a Lawson's is in Japan, of all crazy places.
Huh.
Some Japanese businessman bought the franchise and took it to Japan when it was dying here in the U.S. And I guess it's a really popular one because I had been watching a YouTube channel called "Give Me a Break Man," and this is an American living in China and not China, Japan, and he talks about his experiences and everything else like this. And he and a friend walked into a Lawson's, and I'm like, "Whoa, what's that doing there?" And looked it up in the phone of all knowledge, and sure enough, it had all moved because you haven't been able to find one in the U.S. in what 20 years at least.
Well, I was actually like, I forget who I was talking to, like about this topic, but there's some stores that, again, I used to see them a lot as a kid that have all disappeared, except in like the UK, they're still around or something, or maybe it was New Zealand, I forget, but there was some place with a really cool accent that still has these stores. And like Woolworths, for example, cannot find one of those in the US to save my life. But apparently in that other country they're like huge.
Yeah.
So
Oh man, yeah, I remember a bunch of friends would always go to a Woolworths for a milkshake.
yeah.
Of course, this was in 1970. It was a while back. Um, and then the other one was the lunch counter at Kmart, where I would get a stuffed tomato for lunch. The tomato with cottage cheese and all that good stuff, and yum.
What
I
is
had a
the appeal of cottage cheese? I do not understand why anyone can look at that and go yum, and then
Yeah, I
actually
don't like it.
and go, this isn't weirdly slimy. I, I don't know. I don't get the appeal of cottage cheese.
Well, I'm weird, and it's probably
Yeah,
part of it.
but there's even normal people who like cottage cheese who look at that and go, oh,
even
yeah.
normal.
I'm like, what is wrong with you people?
Because I'm one of these who will make a lunch, an entire meal, out of most of a pint of the cottage cheese. The large curd works better than the small curd for me, with a shitload of black pepper on it and chopped onions mixed in with it, raw.
Nope.
And Mark, bite me. I am not getting old.
Yeah, I saw that. He's being a little shit.
Yeah.
Back
I mean,
in my day.
If you saw my apartment right now, you'd be like, yeah, there's no way Kate's old. I mean, given that there's all the movie-based license plates, the two cloth maps from Ultima 4 and 5, or sorry, 5 and 6, the Back to the Future hoverboard that's attached to my wall, not to mention all the
Yay!
wall scrolls, the frisbee painted to look like a Tron disc, and Xena's chakram. There's no freaking way I'm old, bitch.
Your apartment sounds amazing.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's just the layout that I can see of your apartment from your camera looks wonderful. It looks a little larger than what I've got, and space has always been a good thing for me. I've always liked to have space. Now, do you actually have a kitchen, or is your kitchen an afterthought?
No, it's a kitchen. It's a proper kitchen.
Okay, because the place I lived in before I moved here, the kitchen was an afterthought. It was stuffed into a closet basically, and you could barely turn around while you were doing the cooking. So turn from counter to range and back again was a little bit could be difficult if you had a saute pan in your hand or something like that. This kitchen here, oh my god, I love it. It's the first time I've had a kitchen I could actually work in I'm going to have to say 20 years. Um, it's a beautiful thing, and I was actually able to do my cooking show finally with the kitchen
Yay.
I've got. Now, Sai, are you trying to cut in or?
Nope.
Okay,
Not at all.
because I'd seen your thing come up a couple of times, and okay, I didn't know if you were just gonna tell me that I'm full of it or something. I don't know.
No, just listening with rapt attention. That's all.
And of course, the thing I dearly, dearly love, and I haven't had enough of lately, is peanut butter and garlic sandwiches.
I knew that was coming up.
Okay, I love garlic. I'm okay with peanut butter, but putting the two together just sounds weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, my fiance heard that last night, and he's like, I was gonna come in there and shout heresy.
Well, okay, here's a question. Is it raw garlic?
No, it is not.
Okay.
Um,
That
it-
mint
was a
stuff.
huge difference.
yeah, it is the garlic that you get packed in oil in the little jars at the grocery store. I mean, I guess
Okay.
it's technically raw, but it's been steeping in the oil for weeks or
Like
months.
olive oil?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I
that
mean, that sounds better.
that tones it down a whole lot. Now, a couple of my friends have commented that it sounds to them like Thai cuisine with the peanuts and the
I
garlic.
can see that, totally.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, when you said that to me before, that's what suddenly made it sound acceptable. Like maybe I'll give this a try sometime.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
now I'm tempted, and I'll probably end up hating you for this. So, yeah.
Oh man, no, we don't want you hating me or anything like that.
Man, garlic and peanut butter. Does the brand of peanut butter matter much?
I get the really cheap stuff at either Save a Lot or Squall Mart.
So, like generic drip and skippy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, around here, cheap is good. Um,
Well,
I
but my parents were health nuts, still are kinda. They would shop at those like co-ops with health food shit and all that. I was raised by hippies, and so they would buy this fresh ground peanut butter that, I mean, on paper sounds good, but it was like this nasty, oily, chunky glop that just looked so fecal.
oh
So
yes, is
You
that?
gotta stir it. You gotta stir it every time.
I was going to
It's-
say, is that the stuff you have to stir to make it anywhere near
Yeah.
palatable?
So, I mean, what my first thought when you said peanut butter and garlic was much nastier than the reality.
Okay, and then especially when I have it on my own bread, because when I'm in my groove, I bake all of my own bread. I haven't done it lately, slap my wrist, but yeah, on the dense loaf, just the peanut butter and then the garlic. Oh man, yeah, there's nothing like it to me anyway.
I don't know why this popped into my head when you said it, but some part of my brain went, dense loaf sounds like a horrible, horrible insult, and now I have to start using it.
Okay.
Oh, you think a God exists, you dense loaf? That's just where my brain went.
Yeah, I remember, Mark, when Iowan and Souris had the peanut butter war going on. Yeah, and it's like, no, I'm not doing either one of your peanut butters. They're too expensive, man.
Well, and then I settled that war.
Okay.
You didn't see it? I did this big old animated thing with the Skippy aliens invaded Earth.
Okay.
You didn't see that? Aw, man.
I'll have to look that up. Is that on your channel, Kate?
Yeah, it's called the Peanut Butter Invasion.
Oh, sweet. Here, I'll pull
Yeah,
it up.
I think it's awesome, but then I made it. But it's actually some of my best animation work. There's like I actually integrated animation and live action with it. Like I had these aliens chasing me and stuff. It was a lot of fun, and basically Cirrus and the Godless Iowan were like, "Yeah, Kate just won this war."
Well, I mean, anything you touch when it comes to animation, it turns to gold. Really, I mean,
Wow.
seriously.
Yes.
Some of my early animation on my channel. There's this series I did called Rational Station, and I'm looking at the original model for Sandra, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. This is terrible. I mean, holy uncanny valley, Batman. So, but so no, not everything. There is definitely a progression of quality to my animation. Trust me.
Well, that works that way, I guess, with just about everybody on just about anything. Well, when they're serious about it, when they really want to do a decent job, you're always looking for ways to do it better. So I don't know. How does that explain me?
Yeah, I was going to say no. Mine definitely get worse. Yeah.
I just enjoy being on streams.
I put a link to your peanut butter invasion video in the chat.
Thanks. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how anyone can just sit and watch a channel. I know people seem to love it, but if I'm not participating, I get so bored.
Mm-hmm. I mean, sometimes it's nice just to watch the banter back and forth. I was trying to get into the geek room last night because Nacha was on there.
Yep.
And it could be kind of nice from time to time. The one thing, though, I don't know, maybe it's just me being old or something, that the live streams where you just have the people being like college kids on there, it isn't quite as interesting to me as some of the other stuff. So how does that explain my love of movie night? I don't know.
You know, I'm glad you said that because after your last paragraph, I just brought up the channel and was starting to delete the movie nights. Nah, crap. Okay.
I guess the difference is that I'm part of the college kid thing going on over there.
And like I said, that's what that was meant at the beginning. That was meant. We didn't. I wasn't kidding. We never thought anybody would willingly click on that to watch. It was meant to be just a gathering of friends and let's see what foolishness we come across tonight. But anyway, I must apologize. I must make my egress. And I'd love to stay, but unfortunately there are things I must address
And stuff.
and stuff. Well, yes, there's some stuff, but mostly things. Mostly things need to be addressed.
Well, okay, but don't leave out the items.
Yes.
I know items are
Right.
not to worry. And
But Guts, I am thanking you so many much, Sai, for coming on. It's been wonderful having you, and yeah, we're gonna have to do this one again, especially if you keep going to these NASA socials.
well, that's what the folks I asked the patrons, what should I do? Not what do you recommend I do. I said, what do you want? And they said NASA and SpaceX. So by God, if that's what they want, so shall it be.
Alrighty then. Yeah, because I assume that you're gonna have to start getting ready to take off pretty soon, because it's okay. We're in the same time zone, so it's 1500 hours for you. Yeah, if you want to get there at a reasonable time.
You should know by now, reasonable time has no meaning to me. All right. Well, anyway, I have to thank you for having me on. I had a great time, and I got to just like I said, the NASA folks love to do. I love talking about the stuff that I've learned and brought back from these events, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to do that.
Well, thank
And
you for doing it. Seriously.
Yeah, thank you. It was a really great show.
Yeah, it's probably.
I'm getting all red cheek now. That's the last thing people expect, a crabby guy with red cheeks. All right.
Aw, you're a sweetie. Come on.
I am.
I
Damn it.
probably thinks I missed it. I wish I'd seen it, but I was like, I didn't get to sleep till 3 last night, so I woke up at like basically 10, 20 minutes before I got in here was when I woke up. So
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry I missed it.
Well, it's okay. I mean, considering that you lost an hour anyway, with the change to daylight saving.
Did that happen?
Yep.
That happened overnight.
Well, okay, then no wonder it's later than I think it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you probably think it's 1,400 hours. No, it's
Well, no, it's 1,200 hours.
Oh, wait a minute. What am I saying? Yeah, you're over there.
West Coast.
Yeah.
Hmm. All right.
But
Well-
even so, that's it explains a lot.
Yeah, and it just seems that it's happening so much earlier now than it used to. But maybe I'm just remembering it incorrectly as well. But oh well.
Well, it's actually something I was wondering about earlier today. I was like, when we do leap year, it can't always be like exactly 24 hours that we need to recoup. So at some point, like minor increment by minor increment, isn't the day gonna start in a different place?
Well, that's why leap year isn't quite every 4 years. Hang on. You get a leap year in years that are divisible by 4, unless the year is divisible by 100, unless it's divisible by 400.
Huh.
And
Okay.
that makes so. For example, 2000 was a leap year because it was divisible by 4 and by 400. 1900 was not.
Huh.
1900 had a February with 28 days in it.
Interesting.
That. But even so, I mean, I don't know. It don't matter. But I was thinking because we got Space Guy here, that could have been, I don't know, explained. But he's about to leave, so.
Oh, we're just going to have him back one of these days.
I guess so.
I'll put you on the queue, and then Kate can be here in time for the show, and everything will be good, right?
Well, not everything. Shatner's still alive.
But you're trying to get on to whatever you're doing, Sci. So thanks again, sweetness, and take care. And if I don't talk to you before then, I suppose I'll see you next movie night.
Indeed. Well, hey, after tomorrow, after the thing, no doubt you're going to be here, and because when I go to something as exciting as one of these, friends get barraged with descriptions of the event, so you're going to hear from me sooner.
Yeah, I see that on the Discord server, definitely.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody in the panel. It was great hanging with you folks and everybody in the chat, and I will hopefully communicate with most or all of you very soon. And
Hopefully.
have a nice day. Have a nice day, all.
Take care, hon.
Bye.
Bye.
He's such a sweetie. I love that man.
So, stuff,
And things.
And things.
And,
Thanks.
and items.
Yeah.
right?
And items, yes.
I
Oh,
think I'm going out Pokemoning today. That weather is ugly. It's very Seattle out.
oh, not fun. I mean, we're finally getting some halfway decent weather. Unfortunately, my little weather indicator that goes into the taskbar is not working. I'm not exactly sure why. But
We're up to 38 degrees here, which is pretty nice.
let me go to the National Weather Service here because we have, okay, partly cloudy, 57 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, nice.
Feels like 53. Not doing too. Now it's going to be a low of 32 tonight. Tomorrow, 44, 23. What do we have for the 10-day? Let's have a look at that. And here's the 10-day forecast from the National Weather Service for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. On Monday, 44 of a high, 23 is a low. Tuesday, 41 a high and a low of 24. Wednesday, 56 as a high and a low of 43. Thursday, raining, but a high of 61 and a low of 53. So, have your picnic and sit in the rain while you're at it. It's weird. The weather has been very, very weird here this last year.
No, it's not been very normal here. It's actually, raining.
That never happens over there.
Oh, well, it's been happening a lot, actually.
Yeah, and of course, climate change is a Chinese hoax. Of course it is.
Of course. Yeah. I didn't know Chinese, though.
Okay.
I thought it was just a liberal hoax.
Well, blame us for everything, right?
Oh, yeah, except William Shatner. That's just the, embodiment of evil. But
because I don't remember seeing numbers like a high of 56 or 61 or 56. That's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, back in 1965. Okay, I just didn't see that. Not in early March. You didn't see that shit until Easter.
Weird thought. Does Indiana Jones count as diesel punk?
Oh my. That's an interesting question.
I
don't think I know what that is.
Diesel punk, it's kind of like steel punk, except picture World War II.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
there's usually a lot of leather involved. I mean, a lot of it ends up getting kind of BDSM-ish. I don't like that aspect of it, but yeah. Like Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow is diesel punk. Iron Sky is diesel punk. I mean, hell, if you look at it and there's also usually planes involved, which is why I think Indiana Jones might not qualify as well, because it doesn't have that same sort of focus to it. But it's set in the right era.
Yeah.
It's clearly fictional. It could be technically diesel punk. I don't know.
Yeah, because the way I'm hearing it described, diesel punk could be, say what, mid 30s to the early 50s.
Yeah, give or take. It very much has. Gosh, how do I describe it? But I mean, yeah, that's the right era. I don't know. Someone's buzzing.
I just started hearing that.
I don't know where that's coming from.
I think it was comparative, whatever you are there, person, because your picture kept flashing up on the screen when it was happening.
Okay, because I
Here?
didn't.
Shouldn't be, because I've got a mute on here.
Okay,
Well,
it is you. As soon as you started talking, I heard the buzzing going on behind you, and that's the only time I heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, could be my PC.
It sounds like a 60 cycle hum.
But like if a wire is just ever so slightly out of place on your microphone.
Yeah. Or or what's always nice is when a filter capacitor is blown on the power supply. But that's something I miss. I miss being able to open up my stereo amplifier and work on it when something went wrong.
Mhm.
I remember replacing the silicon in the power supply when I was having troubles. These days, I mean, on the amplifier I've got right now, everything is so damn small that I can barely see it, and the traces are so on the circuit boards are so damn small that a regular, what I considered a regular soldering iron years ago, like a 15-watt soldering iron, will lift the traces right off the board, and that ruins everything.
I don't know enough about that stuff.
But yeah, those were the days. All the good stuff is just going. Oh shit! I remember building an AM radio that used a vacuum tube. Yeah, I'm old.
Yeah, I
seen
remember that.
Like they were in, it was probably in a museum somewhere, but I've seen it.
Right.
Well, I mean, because I've been to some of those like technical or technology museums where they say, here's the progression of this to present day. And yeah.
Because I can remember when drugstores would have testing machines, and you would pull all the tubes out of your television set and take them to the drugstore and test one after the other to make sure they were still within operating specs. And when one wasn't, you would buy a replacement tube right there. They had them in the cabinet below the tester. And I'm thinking it's not all that long ago, but yeah, it really was. Because again, this is mid '60s when you would go to Revco and there would be a tube tester there. So yeah, it's amazing when you think back and see how things have changed, and you see how the pace of change has been accelerating.
Yeah, I thought about that.
The difference between 1940 and 1960 is a turtle's pace compared to the pace of change between 1990 and 2010.
Yes. It's exponentially growing.
Which is why I'm wondering, like, what we can expect in the next decade or two.
Right.
Yeah.
Decent, like, augmented reality would be really fun to have.
I just want the medical field to get to a point where they can replace all my organs that I've lost.
That would be good. Yeah.
Right?
Without having to go through all sorts of shit to do it. If something could be done where you didn't have to be taking all sorts of immunosuppressants.
Right, yeah.
In order to have
that they could do it off your own cell and your own DNA.
Yeah.
Cyberware would be cool to have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I mean, don't think that shit hasn't gone through my mind with the stuff that's come up in the last month.
Right, I bet.
Yeah. I mean, do you think we will ever have like direct interface between brain and computer?
I think so.
I thought that in some limited senses it was already there.
Yeah, they do have it in very limited sense. They're using it right now that they can hook it up to people's vision, and they can look at a computer screen and say there's someone that can't talk.
Yeah, so I'm talking about jacking in here.
Okay, yeah, that's a while off yet,
Yeah,
but I think it will be.
Yeah, not this week, but maybe.
Right.
Yeah, figuring out how to do it would be the amazing thing. I mean, it's too bad I'm not going to be around to see it, because I don't think it'll happen within my lifetime.
It's a ways off yet.
I don't know that it'll happen within a lifetime of any person on this panel, to be honest.
Yeah, probably not even ours.
I also wonder about like virtual reality that really feels like you're there. Like you have
Right.
the sensation of touch and everything, and how that
Yep.
can even be done without like completely remodeling your house to contain whatever like mechanism is necessary. I mean, unless we have some sort of suits that I think the word was haptic. I don't know that
Yep.
can like stiffen up when they need to like indicate you've hit a wall or something.
Pressure. Sure.
I mean, how can we even do that?
Okay, now I think there is a little bit of that going on. I remember seeing some of the stuff on NASA television when I was watching that a little bit more than I am now, where you would have somebody training to use, for example, the robotic arm, or you had other people training to do other things, and I think you had some limited senses where you'd get the feedback when you were wearing a glove of the sensations that you would get from the actual hardware rather than the simulated hardware down in an office in Houston.
Well, I think if you're jacking in, then really the way to go is a pill that has some sort of nanotechnology in it. So you ingest it, it attaches itself directly to your brain, and it interfaces with some sort of cloud system. There you go. So far as you're concerned, it's real, but it's just the nanobots inside you feeding the matrix to you.
And I
Actually, there are things that, and I think I talked about it on this show before too, was like people always had that sci-fi fantasy of uploading your mind into a computer.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
all you would really be doing is copying yourself if you did that. The only way to really truly become a computer is probably through nanobots that can piecemeal, bit by bit, replace your brain with a machine.
Yeah,
Right?
that would be difficult.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be a copy of yourself. It wouldn't be yourself.
Yeah, like your self-awareness would not be in that computer.
Right.
It's all upload yourself.
Yep.
But
yeah, that's a thought experiment too. That they talk about is which one is the real you then? If they both start at the same point in time, the same memories, the same feelings, which one then is you after that point in time?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is if it's an upload, if it's a copy, then the real you is the original meat bits.
Right.
Or is it?
Well, of course it is, because the other one's a separate entity entirely.
Why is the other one not the original you?
Because it's not physically the original you.
No, I'm saying potentially it could be the other way around. So the one that you've uploaded is the real you, and the one that you think is remaining.
How?
Would you just
because of the branch? So you were at that time that thing. You've now uploaded you to the computer, so you are now in the computer. So that's the original you.
No, it's a copy of it. And the reason why is because of the sensory input, of the sense of self, of body. Because,
This is assuming a completely autonomous replica of yourself that is in no way distinguishable.
But that's my point. Is that the sensation of being present in the world will still be the same. I mean, the copy will have essentially it's a new body, a new physical body. There's no way you transferred your original consciousness, your original awareness into that machine. It didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm thinking, would you just drop back six and punt to the okay, if you're transferring your consciousness into a machine, as you're saying, Kate, the meat bits would still be the original you because they existed before the machine bits did.
Well, then, and you're not transferring you, you're copying you.
Yeah.
I mean, because you can't just upload your mind. It doesn't work like that.
No, absolutely not.
You are 100% hardware, not software, basically.
Yeah. and it's amazing the hardware that goes on. It's parallel processing at the yin yang.
Yeah.
I don't know when we would ever be able to have that much parallel processing in a container smaller than Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another thing.
Well, I mean, one thing that was kind of funny is people's estimation of how technology would work or how complicated it would be before we actually got there and saw the reality. Like I was reading this sort of sci-fi comedy book. It's Fool's Company by Robert Asprin, and it was talking about how like this super rich guy has this thing. I think it was called like a porta-brain or something, and it was basically like a notebook tablet computer. Except they said that this would cost as much as any like small corporation, the gross national product of an entire country, to have this amazing can do anything computer logging onto the net and all that stuff. And I was like, wow, because you can go buy one of those for what, like $30 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was crazy, just the way people thought technology would be or could be before we actually got there.
I mean, the stuff I've got at my desk right now, I have two desktops, and that's not counting the laptop that's in the back room. I've got more computing power here than all of NASA did in July of 1969.
Oh, that's easy. Your phone has more.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And the amazing thing is how much was done with that. Well,
Yep.
with that, a bunch of slide rules and a lot of trial and error back then.
Mhm.
I want to see how we can drive what we've got now,
Right.
and see what we can get out of that.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm gonna fly what we have right now
You're what?
instead of never mind, bad joke. Forget it.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
Did you say fly?
Yeah, I'm gonna fly what we have right now instead
Yeah.
of driving.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh man.
You know, I was saying here, where's my flying car? Man, I want a flying car too.
Right?
The more I think about it, the more I'm like, do we really trust people to drive, much less fly?
Much less fly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that any flying car will have to be self-driving.
I would hope so.
And I mean, how many like 9/11s, minor, small 9/11s would happen if people could fly cars?
Yeah.
Well, I remember an article written about that 80s, 70s maybe, where somebody was wondering, I won't say wondering aloud, but wondering in print anyway, about what it would take to have the flying cars. And the biggest problem that person found was just the traffic. Because I think it was a male, so I'm going to say he was envisioning, something without traffic lanes. So everybody's flying into everybody else. I mean, it's bad. It's bad enough on I-70, I-79.
The problem with that is that, like, whenever you see a sci-fi show or movie now that has flying cars, there's always like space lanes. There's always it's like there's roads there. So
Yeah.
and it seems like if there was ever something resembling a traffic jam, just create another lane above or below it.
Now,
Right?
I'm wondering how you would maintain something like that. How would you
Well,
define the edges and make it hard to go over the edge, if you will?
Well, there
Something.
was one I remember seeing where there were actually like traffic lights suspended in the air. I'm trying to remember what that was. But there was also like, again, if we don't trust people to fly, then the autopilot that flies them around would know where those lanes are, even if there's no physical indicator.
Okay. I had something in my head and then I lost it. Well, that's what happens. You know, when you get old, the memory is the second thing to go, and I forget what the first is.
Mm.
Um,
One funny thing about flying cars like that, if I remember right, the Jetsons were always talking about traffic jams, right? With their flying
okay.
cars, that even the roadway in the air would get jammed. I think that was part of the comedy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Um, yeah. What I was maybe that is what I was thinking of. It had something to do with 1960s animated cartoons, but I know there was one guy. I lived on one dead end street. It ended in the middle of a golf course, and there was another street that took off perpendicularly to it that also dead ended into the golf course. But the guy at the end of that street, being the close to he actually had a helicopter, and would take off from his backyard. I thought that was the coolest thing when I was a kid. But then I started thinking, okay, what if everybody had that? What kind of shit would you be putting up with?
Well, I just think about the noise.
Yeah, you definitely knew when he was commuting somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I live in San Diego. We have a naval base, right? And they
Mm-hmm.
used to fly helicopters over the city. And that was one of the loudest things you ever heard.
Yeah, when I stayed on the Air Force Base in Savannah, they would send up, the Hercules. And I could not believe the sound from that.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
One of those huge cargo transporters. Oh my
Yes.
Lord. I thought there was like a tornado outside.
Yeah, we would get some of that around here. One of the um, I forget what the heck they call them, logistics stations, if you will, um, operated out of Pittsburgh International Airport, and you would get the Hercs flying overhead. Yeah, you knew it when they were going.
Mm-hmm.
And even they weren't quite at altitude, but they weren't at 500 feet either. And man, you could still hear them.
Yep.
What was really nice is the county airport when they have the air shows, the Labor Day air shows, man. Because back when my ex and I were still talking, I'd go over her place, cut her lawn floor, because I'm nice. Let's face it. But that was
Yes.
right on the flight path from the county airport, and when they would have the B-17s, like they had one or two of them there, and for like $500 you could buy a ride in a B-17, but they would fly right over her house, and I'm out cutting the lawn, and it's like, sigh when you see those up there. I know it's a military plane. I know it was a deliverer of death, but it was a beautiful thing to see it flying overhead. And
Well,
Yeah, we
I mean, in Seattle, there's this thing called Seafair, basically like a sort of a week-long celebration of Seattle. And the entire time, there are Blue Angels flying over the city constantly, just like that close formation stuff that they do.
uh-huh.
So, like, for a week, everyone's going, Blue Angels again. So, yeah, that's a thing.
Well, that was the interesting thing when I was in Chicago a couple of years ago. For the one or two people who don't know it yet, I went to Southern Illinois to view the 2017 solar eclipse. On my way out, I stopped in Chicago. I got to see a game at Wrigley, and the Blue Angels were practicing that day. And yeah, they're overflying Wrigley Field, and the noise, man, when these F-15s,
Yep.
four or five of them just right overhead. It's whoa.
Yeah, we used to live by the airport here in Green Bay, and of course, for the Packer games, they would do the same thing. It would be a five. There would be five of them that would do the flyovers, and they would actually go out over Swamico, which is about 20 minutes northwest of Green Bay, and they would play out there before they had to do the flyover for the actual football game in Green Bay. It was really cool to watch.
Mm-hmm. And on one of these days, I may actually try to get out to the county airport for an air show. I'd better before the stuff isn't around to fly anymore, because just driving by there, back when I did have access to a vehicle, you'd see some of the aircraft flying in, and you get to see an Avenger just flying overhead.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
The Avengers are not real. It's just a comic book of superheroes.
I remember my girlfriend was behind the wheel at the time, and I'm sitting in the passenger seat, and so I'm just looking out the windows and stuff, and all of a sudden my eyes go wide. Son of a bitch! It's an Avenger! And you see the NACA cowl coming at you and the whole bit, and I know, Kate, that you love jets, and I get it. But I'm just I'm a prop-driven plane girl. Well, I love the P-51.
I mean, okay, if I gotta go with a prop plane, yeah.
The P-51?
Yes, before the F designation, the national.
Oh, look at that!
Look at which?
I just pulled up pictures of them. They're really cool looking.
The Mustangs, yes.
Yeah.
Quite agile. Also, I mean, they're still in use as aerobatic aircraft.
Like the trick ones?
Yeah. I mean,
Cool.
they could fly. Oh, those. Yeah, at the hands of a really good pilot. Yeah. When the U.S. Army Air Corps became the U.S. Air Force in 1947, that's when the F designation for fighter came into use.
Okay.
Prior to that was the P, which was pursuit.
Okay.
So, as a matter of fact, the Mustangs spanned that change from the Army Air Corps to the Air Force. So the P-51 that was flying in World War II became the F-51 that actually flew in Korea.
Okay.
And actually scored a couple kills. You had to push them to the absolute limits to engage a MiG in a Mustang, but you got a couple guys getting kills in those things, so it was amazing. But if ever I could, I know I really can't at this point have a pilot's license, and have the money to do it anyway. But were I able to have a pilot's license and the money for one, I would love a Mustang. I really would. I'd love to fly one of those babies.
I'd rather have one of those flying DeLoreans.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I got really lucky. The most recent ex and I were at Air and Space in D.C., and they had a P-51 on display, and it was arranged in such a way that if you reached over the rail, you could barely touch the wingtip. And I got to touch a P-51, as I assume tens of thousands of others did, because you could see the wear pattern on that. It was shining from everybody who touched that wingtip.
That's like the balls on the bull in New York City.
Okay.
On Wall Street, yeah.
Oh, man. Robert, you mentioned the Spitfire. That was the amazing thing, that the Supermarine Spitfire and the North American Mustang, or at least the P-51D, had in common, they were both powered by Merlin engines. And yeah, when the Mustang was first rolled out, it was used as a ground attack plane powered by an Allison engine, and it was horribly underpowered. But when they finally switched to the Merlin, then that thing could, it could fly. Oh, could it ever fly? Well, I think it was Goebbels that said when he saw the Mustangs flying over Berlin, he knew the war was lost. Okay,
The Blackbird?
you're talking about the F-117.
No, the Blackbird CSR 71.
Oh, that's right. The F-117 is the Nighthawk. That's right.
Oh, those look nifty. Wow.
I'll tell you, the Blackbirds are amazing in the sense that you would take off, and immediately upon takeoff, you'd have to get them refueled, because the temperatures at operating speeds were so high that the metal panels would actually expand, and to keep them from buckling, you actually had gaps going on. So you had enough JP1 in there to get them off the ground and get everything all warmed up to where everything would expand and seal up, and then you'd refuel that thing and then go. Oh my, yes, the F4U.
I looked those up when you mentioned it. Those
plane.
look really cool.
I love the gull wing. The inverted gull wing, which was done, of course, because the prop was so large that you had to raise the undercarriage off the tarmac, and the best way to do that, rather than extending the landing gear, was the length of the landing gear, was to get that V in the wing.
Oh, that's why okay.
And then put a regular landing gear on there, and that raised the undercarriage so your prop wasn't striking the tarmac all the time. Or the carrier deck, actually, because the Corsair was a carrier plane. Yeah, I've got a plastic model unbuilt of the Corsair around here somewhere. Too bad I can't build it, but she would eat the damn thing. Yeah, I know, because they almost didn't make it to be a carrier plane because one of the reasons, I think the major reason, they were such a bitch to land, because the nose was so freaking long that you really couldn't see over it to bring it down on the deck. So the pilots had to do a sweeping curve to kind of line themselves up with the deck. So they're doing the curve so they can look out the side and see where the deck is, and then just take it by feel from there. Okay, I'm still turning, and the deck should be there. It should be there. Bring it down. There it is. Oh, is Brad here? Hi. Cleaning your room? Oh God, what the hell is that?
He's a good little Jordan Peterson lad.
Oh man.
Just instantiating cleanness.
I don't really understand those words in that particular order.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's. I know that I should. I know that I should clean the kitchen. Because this one knocks cat food out of the bowl onto the floor, and then knocks the water out of the water bowl onto the cat food, which is on the floor. You've got to really be on top of that all the time. And,
one really great thing about Columbia is she's not the knock stuff off shelves sort of cat. In fact, she doesn't like to play at all. And I mean, that's a little annoying because it's great to have like the cat chaser and the laser pointer and stuff, and she just won't do it. But I think that's part of why she also doesn't knock stuff off of things.
Okay, indeed. And Yeah, Ostension, I'm going to have to do some thinking about this and see how I could manage to pull it off. I wouldn't mind doing a special show, say an aircraft special, and talk to some of the pilots that actually flew in World War II.
Well, that would be cool.
Yeah, that would be
I'm
awesome if you
thinking
can
would
speak
be
to them. Wow.
amazing. It's just how the hell would I pull something like that off? Got to do some thinking here. Because I know that, from the television series that I've seen some of these guys interviewed on, does anybody know about Wings? Not the sitcom, the Discovery Channel aircraft history program.
Well, I do have the box set of the sitcom.
Okay. But the aircraft history one did start interviewing some of the pilots, some of the aces that flew in during World War II from both sides, all three sides. Well, both sides. I don't remember them interviewing any of the Japanese pilots. I know there are frightfully few of them because pretty much all of them died. But I mean, they even interviewed Günter Rall, who I believe was the highest scoring ace of the Luftwaffe. He flew a Bf 109. And you had a couple other people like that had some fantastic stories to tell. And I'd love to be in on it to get some of that stuff on the air.
Yeah, I mean, my granddad wasn't in the Air Force, but he was on the bridge too far, the one at Nijmegen.
Okay.
I don't actually know what my grandfather did in World War II. I just know he was a sergeant.
And oh man, this is the one that sends shudders through me. Talking about a couple of people here are talking about your grandfather serving in World War II. My father served in World War II. Pacific Theater, served aboard a destroyer. He was the guy who lined up the guns. I forget what they called the position, but he did the sighting for the targeting. So he spent all his time on the bridge. But he didn't have all that many he didn't have very many civil conversations with me anyway, so that's an unfortunate thing. BF equals big fucking maybe. Well, Spooky, I'll tell you what. I believe they interviewed one of the Polish kamikazes who returned successfully from 14 missions.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had all the Polak jokes going around when I was a kid, and of course I could talk about that because I was raised by Polacks. Yeah, her side was Polish, his side was Slovak.
My grandpa was Polish, but I'm not.
Well, I'm just a plain old American when you come down to it.
Yeah, see, I'm not entirely certain what I am ethnically because basically I need Asian and Slavic to get the set. Yeah, I don't know exactly how that works, but...
Well, I don't know. I mean, with the Ashkenazi going on there, that's out of the Slavic regions, isn't it?
I don't know. Not really what I was picturing when I said Slavic, but okay. So I need it to get the set. Fine. Point being that, I mean, technically that's what an American is supposed to be, because this country is supposed to be a melting pot, but let's face it,
It's
the white is usually what a lot of people picture when they picture the average American. And I'm definitely not one of those. So I don't really know exactly where I fit on any spectrum.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. All I know is the people who raised me. I mean, I'm steeped in Slovak tradition more so than Polish. Um, but as far as my DNA is concerned, I have no idea because I am not related to any of my family. I'm an adopted child.
So am I.
Mhm.
Yeah, my mom was adopted.
I mean, not that it makes all that much difference to me when you come down to it. The FSB, the female slimy bastard, would always ask me, "Aren't you wanting to look for your biological parents?" Or I guess she thought that maybe she could just get rid of me and then load me onto them or something. But it's like at the time I was still trying to hang on to a dream, and it's like, well, no, you're my parents. You're the people who raised me. And well, soon enough, I found out that I never did have parents, but that's another story entirely. Um, but yeah, it's when it comes down to it, when you're talking about sire and dam versus parent, I'm thinking the parent is the one who was actually involved in raising you, and you're growing up and things like that.
So the other ones are just progenitors.
Yeah. So if anything, my babka, my paternal grandmother, was a better parent to me than her son or daughter-in-law ever were.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I was going to say something. I don't remember what now.
Yeah. Whenever.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay. I remember. It's like also being an adoptee. I've thought about going looking for my birth parents, but for various reasons, I'm almost scared to meet any of them. So, I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
I saw a study once that looked at like the fantasies that adoptees have about their birth family. Like the whole traditional, oh, I'm deposed royalty, I'm lost royalty, and someday they'll come to take me back to the kingdom, and I'll be like the high princess and all that stuff, right? But what they found in these studies is while that fantasy exists, far, far more common is my parents were space aliens and they'll come to take me back to the home world. Right? And I have to say, when I heard that study, I was like, yeah, that's kind of me. So finding the birth parents would shatter that, and I don't really want to, kill that dream. So.
Well, I've talked about it before. I don't know if I've talked about it with quite everyone who's here today, but I actually have a little bit of a fantasy, finding the birth parents and finding out that birth mom is a bull dyke and birth dad is a cross-dresser, and I have two trans siblings. That would be great,
That would be really cool.
But the other one that, to some extent, put a little bit of a damper on my thoughts. Okay, I would occasionally think of looking the parents up, the birth parents. But the one thing that would put a damper on it a little bit would be you go up to the door, and it's like door opens. Hello, hi, I'm looking for my mother.
Yeah.
Honey, is there something you haven't told me? Because my ex has a couple of half siblings. Her mother had a couple of kids out of wedlock before she got married to Melody's father, and the two of them produced Melody. Her half sister found her mother, and it did not go over very well with her father.
Oh.
He did not like that very much at all.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be part of that either, of getting people mad at parents or kids showing up and all that shit. I know that there are stories that it's all great and big happy family and all that shit, but I don't know if that happens all as often as people want to think it does.
Yeah, my mother did her adoption search for her parents when she was 28. She was pregnant with me, and that it was a Catholic adoption.
Okay,
So
I know that feeling.
everything was technically sealed, but the guy in the office said, he opened up the books to where she was in the books, and he said, "Now I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee."
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And so she got her mother's name through that, and then found her. She was actually in Milwaukee still. And then she met her father a few years later. So it was, I would say, it was later in life than she wanted to find her parents, but they were okay with it.
Okay. Because
what? I mean, one thing I wonder about is like it going the other way, where a birth parent suddenly goes, "I got to know what the hell happened to that kid," and goes looking.
I'm sure they do.
Which does happen.
Legal, but
it does happen.
Because that's something that I often wonder, like, will that one happen on my end? Will I suddenly get that knock on my door?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right?
Now, with me, it would be a little bit difficult. Along with that, I did find out that because I was born in Ohio prior to 1964, I could actually get my original birth certificate. For births after 1964, everything is sealed.
Okay.
But not so with me. I could actually get that original thing prior to the adoption and everything. And I had thought about it, but then something came in the middle of everything that would probably throw a bit of a spanner into the works. I got a legal name change. So you would have to go through the extra step of making sure that Ohio Vital Statistics understood that Diana Clarion and Edwards of Artke were the same person. They look slightly different, but no, it's the same. It's the same bag of meat. But it would be interesting because I don't trust Ohio to do much of anything right. But that's another story entirely.
Well, I don't know. That's another thing. Actually, now that you mention it, is that I was not given up at birth. My birth mother tried to raise me for I think 3.5 months, and was just like, nope, 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 nope. And I think part of it was I was sick and stuff. But what that means is that I had a name.
Uh-huh.
For months. What the hell did she name me, and will I find it even slightly flattering?
That's a weird thing. I don't know why this came up in conversation, but the adoption agency let the Slimy Bastards know that they called me Jimmy when they had me in their care, and I found out about that after I had chosen my confirmation name, and just a little serendipitous thing. It's total coincidence, but the name I chose as my confirmation name was James. That was kind of cute, to find that out and everything. Yeah, as far as finding anybody, I'm thinking that there is a pretty good chance that somebody's still alive, because I don't know how they knew this, but the Slimy Bastards told me that allegedly birth mom was a 23-year-old student nurse when she shat me out. Um, so that would mean that let's see, she'd be around 85 now. It's not all that old.
No, not at all.
And the fun part about it, if birth mom was a student nurse, that probably means that my sire, my birth father, was an intern, and I was conceived in a medical supply closet.
Well, one thing
No,
I
huh?
wonder, like, are there siblings out there?
I wonder that myself. Yeah.
Because I hated being an only child. I always wanted a sib, but my parents were not interested, so.
There were just the two of us. There was my sister and myself. Um, that was an interesting. Well, my sister and I were polar opposites. Never got along all that well. Well, the one thing I like to say, which is kind of descriptive of the entire relationship we had, the slimy bastards tried to raise us Roman Catholic. She found Jesus. I found Carl Sagan. And our entire lives were like that. Were she alive in 2016, she would definitely have been a Trump supporter. She would have voted for Donald Trump. Yeah, and I mean, to think that this was the person I was raised alongside.
Yep.
Yeah, my sister died in 2007. She had just turned 46. Burst brain.
Oh, geez, that's young.
Oh yeah, burst cerebral aneurysm.
Oh, shit.
And the story goes that she hung on for a couple of days, which sounds strange to me because I thought that usually you died right away.
Usually, but it depends on how much damage occurs and where in the brain it occurs.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes the brain is interesting. If it can find a way to keep ticking, it will.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things I learned when I was in the department, when I was in the Department of Neuroscience at the University of Pittsburgh, the blood is actually toxic to brain material.
Mhm.
It will kill
Yeah.
if come in contact, which is really weird because you need that blood supply in order to keep the brain going.
But of course, we were intelligently designed.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's the fun.
Right? Yeah.
That's the fun thing, Robert. I'm the only one left. Anne Marie died in 2007. He died in 2016. She died in 2017. And I didn't find out about those two until the end of 2017. She died in May, and I found out in October that the two of them were dead. I would occasionally do a Google search on the name just to see what I would turn up. In October of 2017, I found a photograph of a gravestone. I said, okay, they're dead. Yeah, they dumped me like a hot rock when I came out. Well, the entire family did, actually. That was fun. And then there was the one cousin who still talked to me, and I used to like to joke that, well, they didn't like her either. And it turns out that she's the one who was a Trump supporter and runs a puppy mill. So it's like, yeah, I can't win for losing.
Seriously?
Seriously.
I have worked in the veterinary field, and yeah, that is one of my biggest triggers, is hearing about these horrible puppy mills that are going on.
Yeah, she gave me a call last July because she had inherited the cottage that my grandparents had. The grandkids used to go out there a couple of times a year, once for 2 weeks, once for a week, and I loved that place. She gave me a call, said, I've got, I had it up for sale, and the sale went through. do you want one last look before the deed transfers? And, oh, of course, hell yeah. And on that trip, I found out that it had been left to ruin, which had me crying up one side and down the other. But the other thing, though, was she came down to pick me up, took her to her home, where I stayed overnight, amid 39 dogs. There were 3 litters puppies going simultaneously. Dog shit everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, and, I'm, well, not related to you, but you get the point, question mark.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything at this point. I'm just thinking it.
Yeah.
But happily, she's only called me once since then. I'm really not anticipating any calls anytime in the future. I really don't want any. Yeah, when I did make my video last month, she answered it with, "Yeah, just hang in there. I'm a cancer survivor." And it's like, now wait a minute. Does this have to be about you?
Right.
What the hell is going on back
What's
there?
that? Is somebody getting their tooth drilled?
Oh, that for some reason the the gardening people show up on Sundays. So that's one of those, what the hell, like, it's not a weed whacker, it looks more like a chainsaw, but it
Oh
so,
yeah, it's one of those brush trimmers or whatever with the
Sure.
blades.
well, they've got that going.
Okay.
That's interesting, because
That makes sense.
The maintenance people come by here, well, the contract maintenance people, and they're doing the vacuuming of the carpets and everything else. That occurs on a Sunday.
Yeah, well, that's what you're hearing. So
Oh, wow. So, Robert, your mother was 63, your father was 53. I'm familiar with the way that works. When I was officially married, my wife was 15 years older than I. When we married, she was 38 and I was 23. And the interesting thing about it is that the age difference was not the problem. There were other things that turned up, but and then when my latest ex and I got together, she was 28 and I was 41, so I did the other side of the coin as well.
I have never in my entire life been out with someone young or older than me, ever.
Just the same age?
No, I mean, there's usually been no more than 1 or 2 years difference, but everyone I've ever been out with is younger.
Oh.
Okay.
My fiance is 5 years older than me.
Alrighty then. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of crap from the slimy bastards about the age difference, twixt Sandra and myself.
Oh,
but,
who cares?
I was like, hey, we clicked. We were both Mensons, so I suppose that helped.
Both what?
We were both members of Mensa.
Oh, no. Oh. Okay.
Mensons, okay.
Yeah, that's how we met.
Okay.
Really? That's awesome.
When I first joined, the first local meeting I went to, they'd always had the Saturday restaurant meetings once a month, and I started talking to the local secretary, the president, if you will, of the local group, and this was before the dinner. So we were sitting at the bars. Hey, can I buy you a drink? She said, what, are you trying to pick me up? Well, a couple of years later.
Like, what do you actually do at a Mensa meeting? Because when I try to picture it, all I can see is like equations on chalkboards and people playing chess.
The sorts of things that we did, and this was back when it was fun. Things did change since those days. Were things like playing with silly string, and just spraying
Really?
silly string all over each other.
Ah!
At one of the monthly meetings, we had the speaker was from the Cleveland Zoo, and he brought a few reptile friends with him, and my best friend and I wore a couple boas to the restaurant bar. That was a lot of fun because we have these boa constrictors around our necks and a whole bit. We go
Oh,
and
literally boas. Okay.
yes, and we go and get a drink, and in the the way the people back in the in the meeting room described it, and John and I take off, and all of a sudden they hear ah! We never got back to that restaurant again for some strange reason. I got something together at one of the conventions, one of the weekend conventions that we had. There would be one in Cincinnati right around the Christmas time. So I took sheet music out with me, and I knew a bunch of people there who were doing some singing already. We were, several of us were accomplished singers. So we had a 4-voice choir going up and down the halls of the hotel singing Christmas carols. That was a shitload of fun. We would have fun. And then, unfortunately, back in the early 90s or the late 80s, some stuff got shaken up to where the hierarchy collapsed and everything. The headquarters was moved from Brooklyn, New York to Arlington, Texas, and all the membership dropped quite a bit. And then when you started getting the new people in, those new people were more like you were describing, Kate.
Yeah.
Where they were all full of themselves. And the couple conventions that I went to after that was the old timers sitting around in the smoking hospitality suite talking about the old days. And after that I decided, no, it just isn't fun anymore, and the money's a little tight anyway, so this is one of the things I don't need to spend money on. I don't need to spend money on the annual dues anymore. So, yeah, it's been, let me think. It's been 15 years since I was an active member. But it was good. It was good back in the day. I loved it. Now, Intertil, the group that was sort of the top half of Mensa, was a lot like you were describing, Kate, where everybody was all, yeah, look at me, I'm smart.
Oh, no, but that's not even what I was picturing. I wasn't picturing people bragging. I was picturing like people sitting around doing that stuff with each other instead of alone.
Okay.
Like just the sort of socially awkward, all I can do is this kind of people. And so they're like, always talking about, oh, the Nimzovich defense or whatever when they're playing chess. And all that. I don't even know if that's a real thing. I just know that whenever people start stereotyping people who play chess, it's always like naming some foreign guy's maneuver.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that's the sort of thing I was picturing, was just sort of like a study hall for adults.
Okay, I gotcha. Now, some of the house meetings, somebody would have a meeting over their house and everything, where you had more niche things going on. Some of them would turn out to be that way. I remember one I attended, where we ended up with, let's see, with Brie. I forget what the wine was, and discussion about economic systems.
Okay.
Yeah, so sometimes things would get that way. That was, yeah, after one of the main monthly mixers, some of us decided to go over one of the members' houses. They said, "Hey, come on over." I said, "Okay, fine." And yeah, we spent the rest of the night and into the next afternoon doing that one. Um, so interesting stuff we did. Yeah, sucks when the annual do's become the annual don'ts. Why didn't you come up with that one, Kate?
I wasn't thinking about it. I've never had to pay dues for anything that I can remember, so
Okay.
um,
Oh man. Uh, okay, Brant. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Did you see that?
This is something I don't understand. Why are you gonna fuck somebody you absolutely hate?
Right?
What's the motivation?
He said he was 24. He had a one night stand with like a 58-year-old. And she was actually 48, but looked 58 from all the meth and alcohol.
Yeah, I saw that one, and that was the
Standard Friday night.
yeah the greatest age difference I experienced back when I was dating was 20 years.
Mine was 10.
it's a bit of a difference.
But
Mine was.
Hmm. I think I'm gonna go work on my project now.
Okie dokie.
oh, did I chase you off, Kate?
No, I've been sort of meaning to get to it since I woke up, and I've given you people a couple of hours of my life, so don't
And
bet.
it is very much appreciated.
Yes.
Very much appreciated, dear lady.
Yes, indeed.
I will catch you evil geniuses later.
Oh boy, I certainly hope so.
Yes.
Have fun.
You take care and stuff and things. Oh boy, Shamoy. Yeah, where are we here? Yeah, back with that 20-year difference. Yeah, the darn thing. I wasn't all that honorable back at that time. She was married. Oh, what are you gonna do?
It happens.
Another Menson friend, acquaintance, whatever.
Mm.
But that was the interesting thing, is Kate mentioned that she hadn't dated anyone that was older than she. For the longest time, I wasn't dating anyone my own age or younger. I was always going for the older ladies. Shit, I mean, when I was 16, I had a tremendous crush on a 21-year-old, and unfortunately, she was engaged to be married.
Yeah, I had a crush on a 21-year-old when I was 16 too. But that was definitely frowned upon considering I was the female, so yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
My disaster of epic proportions of a mother did not like that. But he was actually a very decent man. He was in the military.
Okay, and okay, what really gets me angry at this point, then, when I hear about this, is that you two might have had something really decent going had it not been for your
Yep.
Epic failure of a mother.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I dealt with that kind of stuff too.
She was actually one of the main reasons why he broke it off with me.
Okay, couldn't stand
when I
her.
was an adult later. Yeah, he couldn't stand her and how she treated me, and it wasn't a normal family dynamic. He grew up in a very, very traditional mom, pop, and wonderful family, so he did not understand um, the situation between my mother and I.
Hmm. Yeah, because with me, well, especially when I was under their roof, anyone who was interested in me, and they were few and far in between, they would always step in between us.
Yeah.
They screwed up 4 or 5
Oh dear.
relationships that way. Um, and the darn thing was, I mean, to my credit, I was picking decent ladies, you know.
Hmm.
And like I said, I have no idea why, but they like me. Um, but none of that went anywhere because, well, I did figure out later what might have been going through her head. Because it seems much like her mother treated her brother, the FSB wanted to keep me for herself.
Mm.
Uh, because a little while, very close to the time I came out, she was actually on the phone with me. Back when they still talked to me and everything, and actually put the question, "What would you think of moving in and taking care of me?" And I mean,
Uh,
the relationship between me and both of them was so horrible. I mean, the
right?
first thing that went through my mind was what? And give up what life I have? Never.
Hmm.
But the feeling I get was that I was supposed to have been the good Slovak Catholic doctor slash lawyer slash engineer son who would marry a good Slovak Catholic girl, give them lots of
Yeah.
grandchildren, and wipe their arses in their old age. Well, I blew it
Hmm.
on all counts, especially the son part. But yeah, it was. I have a feeling that they wanted to do the hand picking, such that they would have a daughter-in-law that would do the whole taking care of them as well,
Right.
which I don't see that ever working. I mean, those two were so vile. I don't know how anybody talked to them. Um,
It
they
took me a long time to figure out the fact that number one, it wasn't normal how she treated us, and number two, that I didn't have to put up with it just because she was my mother.
it
It
took.
took my fiance literally saying, "You know this isn't normal, right?" And I was like, "What? What do you mean?" And he goes, "This isn't normal."
Mm-hmm. No, I hung on, not for years. I hung on for decades,
Yeah,
right to the end, hoping that somehow they would see the light, and we
they
would
would change.
somehow get a change and get some normalcy out of it.
Hmm.
Um, and of course, no, that was not to happen. Because I had already begun my transition, and I'm thinking, okay, those two don't have that much mileage left in them. They're in their mid 80s. Boy, was I ever wrong. They had another 10 years to go. Uh,
Hmm.
and I don't want to make a scene at a funeral.
Yeah.
So they've got to know. And yeah, as soon as I let him know, it was done. It was over. Bye. See ya. Well, his last words to me were, "You
Wow.
humiliate us," and her
Oh,
last
fuck
words to
you.
me were, "Goodbye." Um,
Yeah.
but as it turned out, it worked out fairly well for me. The only thing I regret is that I didn't do something like that a lot earlier. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, you hang on, just hoping that you might be able to squeak some sort of normalcy out of it.
Yeah,
because
and
they are your
or
parents, you know.
right, or you focus on, well, she had a good day yesterday where she didn't, tell me I
Yeah,
was a
yeah.
piece of shit. So that's fine. So
Oh
let's
yeah,
let's make it today too. Yeah, no.
yeah. Um, so yeah, I am so sorry for that because it seems that you've gone through a lot of shit that sounds familiar. Well, those two were the people that drove my sister out of the house.
Hmm.
They decided one day that she was pregnant. No reason to believe that she was. And
They just said you're pregnant.
they just said, "You're pregnant."
What
And
the fuck?
2 days worth of yelling and screaming. And I mean, the FSB actually dragged Anne Marie into her bedroom, pulled her top up. Oh, your tits are all veiny. You're pregnant. You're pregnant.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
So on day 3, I wake up in the morning and I'm the only one in the house. And
Uh-oh.
I'm thinking, okay, I think I know what happened, and surely it did. Anne Marie had just taken a few things in a bag and spent a couple days with a friend, crashing on her couch. And she was working at a racetrack at the time. She was training thoroughbred horses. Now, do you know what I'm talking
okay.
about? Do you know what I'm talking about if I speak of a tack room?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I was raised with horses.
Okay, yeah, and for those who don't know, this is where you keep all the equipment, the harnesses and the saddles and everything else for the horses, and a lot of baled hay back there and everything else. She lived in a tack room.
Oh,
She
really?
moved into that tack room from the friend's house. And she had one of those college refrigerators, a cubic foot or something
Sure.
like that, and a hot plate. And she slept on hay bales, and she had her fifth of 4 roses, and she was happy. And I was so fucking jealous of her that
Right.
she could do that. Whereas the thing that kept me from doing it was fear of destitution, fear of homelessness, the whole
Yep.
bit like that. And had I known then what I knew later, I mean, I've been homeless 3 times. So had I known then what it would be like to be, I would have run like hell.
Right. Yeah.
But unfortunately, it was that fear of not knowing where you were going to sleep or not knowing where your next meal was going to come from that drove a lot of what I did.
Oh, yeah.
And as a matter of fact, I'm going to say it, and I'm not proud of it. I married to run away from home.
Yes. The first, when I was first engaged, it was to someone who treated me exactly like she did. And I didn't care because it got me out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
So I hung on to that because that was my ticket away. And lo and behold, I end up, leaving him because he was an abusive asshole. I have it good now, but yeah, that was. Yeah, Greg is just absolutely wonderful. But yeah, I would have done anything to get out of living with her.
And unfortunately, that was one of the problems that Sandra and I did have. I mean, it was never explicit. I never said I'm marrying you to get out of the house, but I think we
Right.
both kind of understood that was it, and we both put up with it, if you will. I don't know why she put up with me, to tell you the absolute truth. Why do you get into a relationship like that with, well, I don't know, maybe she saw somebody that, she could exercise some control over. I don't know. That's neither here nor there. I mean, she's not going to hear me talking about this. She's dead now. Yeah, she died just a couple of weeks before the female slimy bastard did. They both died in May of 2017.
Wow.
Oh man, but yeah, it's just too bad that you can't have a mulligan knowing what you know now.
Sure.
Because maybe I would have run away to Pasadena and tried to get a job as a janitor at the JPL or something,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I was always afraid then. So
Yeah, I was always terrified, and she had basically beaten it into us that you can't do this on your own. You need me.
Oh
So
yeah.
there was
Oh
always that part of my brain going, well, I wouldn't be able to live on my own. I mean, that's never going to happen.
yeah. The one I always got was, why do you need friends or anything like that? The family is going to be the only one that's going to stand
Yes.
behind you.
Yeah.
And yet, well, she stood behind me long enough to kick me in the arse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's another method of control, if you will.
Sure.
I fought it like hell. Of course I did.
Right.
I understood that part of it. But
See, and I didn't.
yeah, I wanted out of there so badly that I was about ready to do anything. And, well, of course I did, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But
yeah, I'm working on a script, actually, kind of going over what I went through with our childhood. But I mean, that one's going to be a hard one for me to do because
yeah,
when we would speak out about it as a kid, we would think, oh, here's a person I can trust, and we would say how she treated us at home, and they wouldn't believe us because she put on such a great mask in public.
Yes!
That everybody loved her. And they're like, well, no, you're blowing this all out of proportion. She wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So we just shut up after a while. We wouldn't talk about it.
Well, that's how the cousins, those of my own generation, dropped me. It was partially over all the bitching and moaning that he was doing, that I was, being so horrible. But the other part was, and I was told by a couple of them, this is all your fault for mistreating those two, the way you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
And, you tell them, well, wait a minute. You know Uncle Ed and Aunt Lil. I know Mom and Dad. They are not the same people, and they don't get it. And
no, they don't.
Part of the reason I think they don't get it is that I think all of them, to some extent, grew up in dysfunctional families, and to some minor extent, possibly abusive. Nowhere near what those two did to my sister, for example. Nowhere near. None of their parents ever. Well, no, I'll take that back. One cousin did get dropped by his mother for a few years. When he married, he had gone to North Carolina to work, and then he sent for his girlfriend, and those two married. And yeah, his mother did not talk to him for a couple of years. The granddaughter brought them back together.
Okay. Yep.
And as will often, well, just like the jazz singer. If you saw the one with Neil Diamond, it was that character's son that brought that character and his father back together. So I can't say that none of them dropped anybody, but for the most part, no. But they think this sort of thing is normal. And
yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
No, and you just can't. You can't.
Or you're just. Or you're just going through a phase where maybe you just don't like your rules, and that's what it is. And it's like, no, it was so much more than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are rules, and then there's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Rules I get.
Oh yeah, and kids need them. They need stability in their life, and yeah, I'm all for having certain rules, but when it gets to the point that when I ate a piece of pizza, I was grounded for a month and told that not only could I not go to the homecoming dance that night, but that I had to call my ride and explain why I couldn't go. And she thought, oh well, this is totally fine, and like I called them and my ride is sitting there and he goes, wait, you're what? And I was like, well, I finished leftovers that mom apparently wanted and I can't go. And he's like, what the hell? Like, he didn't get it. She thought that everyone would just be pissed at me for it, but just weird shit like that.
Wait a minute. Where's Shane? Are you?
I don't see Shane.
Are you here under a assumed name?
A pseudonym?
Now that one I never understood. An assumed name is okay. Are you recognizing that as a name before you know that it is a name? No, huh? I'm not as good
It's
as
an assumed name.
I'm not
That's
as good
great.
as Kate. I'm not as good as
No, that
she
was
is at
good.
this. Oh man, you got the you just think you're too old to get smacked.
Yes.
Well, shit, I'm in my 20s and he is throwing punches at me. And it is all I can do to not repay in kind, shall we say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which would probably have been the best thing I could have done. Because it would have got me away from them that much sooner. Oh, okay, Brantley, I got you. I got you.
Cute.
Yeah, well, he was the one who thought it perfectly acceptable to kill an unruly child.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he actively hated me since I could speak. I mean, no, it's not. It's not one of these intense dislike. No, he actively hated me.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's their dad. The world is a much better place without them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my mom's gone too.
Yeah, I gave my cousin Kat, the unfortunately the one with the puppy mill, a call when I saw the pictures. I said, "Did you know about this?" And she said, "No, I didn't know about it." And I said, nobody tells her either, so I don't feel that much left out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know where I'm not going to be going, and I'm what flowers I'm not going to be leaving there.
Yeah. I was at the funeral for her, but could not speak. I refused to. I'm like, because I would have just gotten up there and told the truth about her, and I'm like, I'm not going. There's nothing good that I can say at this point, so I'm just not going to say anything.
That's what pissed me off, is that I didn't know about anything, and had they had a funeral service or something like that, especially him, I would have loved to have delivered a eulogy. And it would, look at that casket in the center aisle. Think of the person inside. Do you want to be like him? And then point by point by point. I probably would have been carried out of there, but God, it would have been fun while it lasted.
I had all I could do to keep from not busting out laughing, because the priest who presided over her funeral sounded like Kermit the Frog.
Oh boy!
and he would do the voice inflection. He's like, "Now do this in memory of me."
Oh my
and
word!
I was just like, "What the fuck is going on?" So my sister, the one sister of mine that is a fellow atheist, we're just sitting there behind our Kleenexes laughing.
Oh man, that was the fun part. My ex and I went to Parma for my sister's memorial service, and yeah, the one thing I forgot to mention. Well, no, I guess I did mention my sister went full Pentecostal.
Okay.
When I joked that she found Jesus and I found Carl Sagan. No, that's really what happened.
Yeah.
So
sure. I mean, Pentecostal is extreme.
She,
right?
There was the memorial service at her church, and her pastor is making it all about the church and all about Jesus. And it's
yeah.
Wait a minute. What about the dead lady?
Mm-hmm.
But
that priest. She hadn't been to church in years, and that priest sounded like he knew her the way he talked about her. And I'm just like, you don't know who the fuck this is.
Mm-hmm. And then, well, my ex and I, we got as far back in the pews as we could because, my ex knew the stories, and we were just going back and forth about this with some of the shit that my sister pulled in her raucous days, shall we say. And we're in the back there giggling all over fuck. And it was a couple people actually looked at it and said, what the hell are they giggling about? And, the pastor did mention a couple things about how she loved Jesus and all this other stuff. And then, we're talking about the way my sister and her boyfriend, who was a married man, by the way, would go to the local grocery store and shoplift whole hams. Yeah, Anne Marie liked the married guys. And as a matter of fact, the one guy she was screwing when he was married ended up being the guy she married later.
Oh,
because Jimmy and Anita got divorced, and I think it was over Anne Marie. And then
wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. And then she was out of town for a while. She lived in Columbus for a while. And then when she came back into town, she married Jimmy, and that was an interesting little pair. There were 30 years between those two.
Oh wow!
And I think Anne Marie was about 30, and I think he was 65 when they got married.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe closer to 60. But yeah. But the funny part about it, is when it was so obvious I had to say something that, hey, you too, I'm atheist. And they would always give me a hard time with, well, at least your sister had a religion. It's like,
for fuck's
is that
sake.
what counts? Okay.
Right, yeah. That's the only thing that counts.
Well, they couldn't recite a plank of Catholic dogma to save their lives. They wore it as an identity badge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the club, and we are them. We are us, and everyone else is them. Which included me, of course, because I had said screw all that. Well, actually, I should have told him I left the church because when I was an altar boy, I was never molested, and I felt left out. Which is true, by the way. No, no, I was never molested, but not about the felt left out. I have to wonder.
Well, that's
though,
a good thing.
I have to wonder, though. There was one priest who got transferred rather suddenly, where no one else was getting transferred like that. I mean, one accepted an appointment in the Vatican, so that's, whether or not he did anything, I'm not sure. But Father Walsh just kind of disappeared, and it was that, well, you don't want anybody there for a long time, and then getting anything other than a professional relationship with the parishioners, no friendly relationships
Yeah.
or anything. When I knew of church after church after church after church where exactly that would happen.
Mhm.
So I had to wonder what the hell was going on there.
Mhm.
Well, not at the time, because that happened, oh Christ, in maybe about 65 or so.
Mm.
Long before any of it ever came out in the news.
Right.
But then after the stuff started coming out in the news, even the pastor of that church was implicated. Strangely enough, he allegedly molested girls. And I'm
Oh.
thinking, wait a minute, that's not normal for you guys,
Mm-hmm. Right?
Oh. Yeah, you left your faith because of the probability throughout the universe and everything else. Yeah. I left because the stuff was simply unbelievable.
Yeah.
I don't remember any rumors going around about the priest, but then again, I'm 8 years old and I'm not listening for things like that.
Right. Well, and how much did rumors really go around, or were these children's stories just dismissed for years?
Yeah, that's the other one.
Oh no, that's a priest. He wouldn't do that.
Oh, right. Well, I remember one of my aunts talking about the pastor at the Catholic church that Bobka attended, that the kids attended when they were kids, Father Halupka. And she remembered how Father Halupka would have the kids on his lap and everything else, and he didn't get excited, as she tried to use another term for it, and ended up botching the whole thing. Well, they were all so repressed that they didn't know how to talk about anything sexual. Said,
Yeah.
What, do they put something in their food or something where,
Right.
I'm thinking, no, it doesn't quite work that way, Aunt Helen. I'm not saying this because she never would have got it. But,
Right.
yeah, so many of them just think it wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I have to wonder how many priests at the church got off about the kids confessing their fantasies while they jacked off.
Hmm.
I don't know. It's just that was the other one I never understood about Catholicism. The way you had to,
The confession thing?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nobody else did that. It was just you had to go into explicit detail, and for your first confession, you're sitting there thinking, now what am I going to say? That
Right.
sort of thing. Because he had to say something.
Mm-hmm. That was the Bible Belt atheist that said his mom bought him a special journal so that he could write down his sins in it every week.
Yes, I remember him saying
Right.
that.
I was just, wow.
Well, if you'll excuse the expression, BBA, the way you describe your mother, and I think you've said it yourself, she wasn't exactly playing with the full deck.
Mm.
I don't know. Well, I shouldn't say I don't know how the kids can take that, because I didn't take that sort of thing, but I did take a lot of shit in my day. So, yeah, I kind of know how that sort of thing happens. I always wondered why the pastor had the keys in his robes. Yeah, it's to unlock the chastity belt. I don't know. That's the fun one. The stories come out about the nuns being abused by the priests.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is what happens when you demand.
When you tell people they can't marry and they can't masturbate, and
yeah.
I mean, we're biological creatures. That is a normal part of being human.
Yeah, absolute. And my recollection tells me, I don't know if I'm saying this right or not, but it was not always that way.
No, they made it a policy in the 1100s, and then that was reconfirmed in the 1500s. So, I mean, the church went over 1,000 years without requiring that priests remain celibate. But yeah, it was brought about in the 1100s.
And of course, I take it that the main reason that they did that was the reason that the church is so wealthy right now, is that a married priest might bequeath whatever he did own to his kids,
Oh,
whereas the priests
one that
now,
wasn't.
yeah, they bring stuff in, and when they die, they take none out, and the church becomes
Right.
wealthier.
Mm-hmm. That could be, yeah.
And I'll tell you, there's the other one about, man, some of these priests I knew lived very, very comfortably.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And we're parts of power centers as well. The pastor that served the church that I had attended after the one that was implicated in molestation, he was, number one, quite comfortable. Number two, he was a pastor of a major church in the city. His brother was a district judge. I think he had a few other relatives in political positions, that sort of thing. So a lot of power centered around these guys. And they loved every minute of it.
Right.
Well, Brad has a point. Rape isn't a result of chastity. But I'm going to say that it probably doesn't hurt either.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get laid, so who am I going to screw?
Force into
that,
this.
Yeah, that, I'm not going to be able to have a normal relationship with anyone else. So who can I force into it? Yeah.
Yep, and children are easily manipulated.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know if we'll ever know the whole thing about that sort of thing, but...
Oh, I doubt it. Not the true extent that this went to, because so many people, it goes unreported.
But I will say that it is definitely not about faggot priests.
No.
Nah, that's not it.
Mm-mm. So many people, though, want to tie in, especially the religious, tie in pedophilia with homosexuality, and it isn't. It is not the same fucking thing, and I'm sick of hearing that.
And that was a beautiful play on words there, by the way.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, and the way we get it, the trans folk.
Oh, even worse.
Yeah, and it's...
Oh, well, if we allow trans people into the bathrooms of their choosing, everyone's getting raped. No! Are you kidding? Look at those crimes that you're talking about are typically the crimes that are put against trans people.
Yes.
They're not committing the crimes.
Right. We're the victims.
Yes. Gesundheit.
Danke, schön. Where was I? I'm lucky. I will say that I consider myself extremely lucky. I have had very, very little problem with that sort of thing.
That's good.
Even with my voice. I mean, once or twice, I'm taking a pee in a public restroom, and I hear, "That's a man," and it's just like, "Oh, fuck you too." And there was one person in a mental health facility. I was one of these therapy facilities, outpatient, that I was attending, who had a little bit of a problem with me. Other than that, no big thing. I've never been arrested in a Walmart for going into the wrong crapper or anything like that.
Ugh. It's just so dumb.
Yeah, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Go in with the guys? You know, am I supposed to go in with the guys?
Right, with how you look, I mean,
God damn.
that to me would be more dangerous.
Oh yeah, indubitably. And is there any rape happening in the unisex bathrooms? None that I know of, Mark.
Right. Yeah, I was just gonna comment on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the article about the nuns being abused. Yeah.
Mm. Yep, that was a big like I think a lot of people were involved in that too.
And it just keeps going and going.
Yeah.
It's like the
Oh, yeah.
Energizer Bunny.
Mhm.
What I don't get it, and yet I do get it. Why the parishioners keep supporting the RCC, financially. Why they keep going into the pews, that whole
Right.
bit. Well, some of them leave. Unfortunately, too few.
Not enough, yeah.
Yeah, and some of them complain.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, too few.
Mhm.
And then the rest of them are, that can't be happening. That's got to be made up. And then
Right.
there are did you see the thing on Twitter Friday, where a church in Australia was doing a prayer service for George Pell.
Mm-mm. No, really?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Oh, fuck that.
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can
that.
find the
No,
damn thing.
On Friday on Twitter, I was being yelled at for the Godless Iowan thing.
Oh man.
And then was told that if I wanted to, I could work it out with Kyle from the Non-Sex Show. And I'm like, why would I have to put in effort? Like, I stated my opinion. I was very respectful in stating it, and I got yelled at. That is not my fault.
Oh jeez. Oh, I just looked it up. And happy, joy. This was updated 22 hours ago. That day of prayer for George Pell was canceled.
Yay!
Yay!
Awesome. Yeah, I would say fuck that. Like, just why?
I have to get the. There it is. I don't know that I'll be doing any stall sharing with anybody in a public restroom their brand. So, okay, there is the link to the article I found. Yeah, this was in Melbourne that they were going to have that. And when that was first put out, I noted that there were 3 different things. There was the rosary.
What is an adoration?
I believe, if I remember this correctly, it has something to do with displaying the large version of the Jesus cracker.
Oh, okay.
And they have a whole container for it with a sunburst, and don't tell me the sun god isn't associated with this somehow. Now, the Divine Mercy Chaplet, I'm not sure what that is. But each of those had a mass associated with it. If you see up there, mass times 3.
Yeah, it's 3.
And somebody mentioned, what the hell is going on here? And I said, well, don't forget, guys, there are the masses going on, and the basket is passed around at each of the offertories.
Yes. Yep. So here, pay more money to an organization that pays off victims and pays for the legal fees of the fucking pedophiles.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
as Boris Badenov would have said in the Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons, Raskolnikov.
Oh, I miss those cartoons.
And if anybody does not know, I only found out recently that exclamation of his whenever he got frustrated is a reference to Dostoevsky. Raskolnikov was a character in Crime and Punishment.
Oh, okay.
So you've got, Jay Ward and friends thinking of all these things, all these puns, all these associations, which I dearly love. I mean, that stuff, and the Warner Brothers especially, the Bugs Bunny, that's was as much or more for the adults than it was for the kids.
Yes. Yep. Yep. They made them entertaining for both. Well, wasn't there a special one done in, I don't know if it was World War II or what, but it was for the troops? Wasn't there a Bugs Bunny
Well, there were several.
cartoon that they made specifically for the troops?
I'm trying to remember. There might have been one, as a thank you to the troops, especially. I know.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to do.
There were many with World War II themes. I mean,
Like I think it's they banned it later on. Like they only showed it because it was it had, Nazi-esque themes going on. But from what I remember, it's something like that they made one specifically to debut to troops as opposed to like children.
okay, now I may have that one here because I do have a set of the banned cartoons.
Oh, okay.
Which included, there was one Bugs Bunny Nips the Nips, on the Pacific Theater, and then there was another one involving the Germans, a few of them together. Now, one of my favorites, though, was with the Gremlin. I'm trying to remember what the title
is that
of this
the big
one.
red thing?
This is where the Gremlin was the little gnomish character that screwed things up in military hardware.
Oh, then I
Anytime
don't remember
something
that
went
one.
wrong, it had gremlins.
I've heard that. Yeah.
And it was Bugs going up in a B-17 as a result of this gremlin and his hijinks. And as it's coming to the end, the B-17 is diving toward the Earth, and you see Bugs going green and white, and that whole thing. The way they were so good doing those animations.
Yeah.
And then maybe about a foot or 6 inches above the ground, the plane comes to a screeching halt in midair, and Bugs leans out the pilot's window with ration stamps in his hands, and says, "Well, that's what happens with these C cards." And that's definitely for the adults, man. I don't know how many kids would have got the whole.
Oh
gas
yeah,
rationing
no,
thing.
they wouldn't have caught that.
Uh,
I have seen Gremlins, Brantley. It's been a long time, but I loved Gremlins. We were just talking about that earlier about not feeding the because Orla had said that she had to feed her vagina gremlins earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was like, that is the funniest phrase for children's that I've ever heard. But yeah, somebody had said, make sure you don't feed them after midnight.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're not supposed to give a gremlin water ever.
Oh, really? Okay,
Is
I don't
that the way-
remember that. I
is that the way it
knew
goes?
I think so. I knew the whole don't feed after midnight thing. I thought they were adorable. I wanted one.
I remember I think they had the doll toys, didn't they?
I don't know. It's been
the
so
Gremlin
long.
dolls or something. No, wait a minute. This is the episode.
Oh yeah, yeah. They did have them.
Oh yeah, Fallen Hair. There it is.
Fallen Hair.
Yeah, it was produced by Leon Schlesinger. I was thinking Carl Stalling. No, that he was music director. But yeah, who put that in the? Where is it?
Mr. Shadow
Mr.
Kitty.
Shadow Kitty put that. Thank you.
Oh, that's right. Gesundheit. That's right. When the gremlins get wet, they reproduce. That's right.
That's kind of a little bit of a pun there, isn't it?
Right. Get me wet, and I'll produce children.
Brent wants a cute little face hugger. Yeah, I do know that reference, Brent. Definitely.
Face hugger.
That was the form that the alien creature took.
Oh, an alien.
Yeah, when it
Gotcha.
got on that guy's face and then injected the embryo.
Yep.
Oh, it's giving me a little hug.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's just a little hug. No big deal. I actually finally watched those last year. I hadn't seen any of them. So I watched all of them.
I saw the first two. That was as far as I got to go.
The third one was not good
Okay.
at all. So you didn't miss much.
And then since then, well, God, it's been years since I've been inside a motion picture theater.
I try to avoid them. They're really expensive.
I was going to say, I can't afford them.
Yeah, the ones around here, though, run a $5 Tuesday night special. So, I mean, we could go then, but typically I'm not feeling up to going.
Now, one thing my wife and I did quite a lot was go to the local matinee theater where you got in for $1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I mean, that's where I saw Star Trek: The Motion Picture. That's what the hell else did we see there? As a matter of fact, I think we saw Star Trek 4 there. We saw Fantasia.
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
That theater does not exist at all anymore. It was torn down quite a while ago. It was falling down anyway. So, trying to think of what else. I lost where I was going. So this.
It happens.
It happens.
It happens to me all the time.
It happens a lot more when I'm older now than it did before.
Right?
Oh man. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. The falling hair happens to be playing in the background here, with the sound off, but yeah, I loved Fantasia. I really did. Hey Smitty, how you doing? You didn't get air. You can have a spanner. Most recently, the most recent time I'd been in a motion picture theater, my ex and I went to one of the, I guess you could call them art theaters. No, not the kind that showed porn. But they were showing On the Beach. We went there to see that.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
That is, oh man, I think 1959 or so. It's post-apocalyptic, set in Australia after World War III, where everybody throughout the world is already dead, either from the blast or from radiation. And how the residents of Australia are dealing with their impending death as the radiation cloud approaches and everything. And part of it was a submarine crew showing up there. I think Gregory Peck was captain of the submarine or something like that. Yeah, it had Fred Astaire, Gregory Peck. Who was Frank Sinatra's second wife? I keep forgetting her name.
I do not know.
She was in that one. I have to see when that was. See, there's an IMDb for it. Okay, it was 1959. Let's see what we've got here. Ava Gardner. That's who. Okay. So you've got Gregory Peck, Ava Gardner, Fred Astaire, Anthony Perkins. And now you're starting to run out of names that everyone would recognize. But we have here this the plot. The film is set 5 years in the future, in early 1964. Yeah, okay, that works. In the months following World War III, the conflict has devastated the northern hemisphere, polluting the atmosphere with nuclear fallout, killing all life there. Air currents are slowly carrying the fallout south. The only areas still habitable are in the far reaches of the southern hemisphere. Yeah, and you go on from there. This is from the Font of All Knowledge.
Okay.
Kramer directed it. Stanley Kramer. And it was quite the film. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if it was. I'm thinking that it was based on a novel of the same name. Yes, it is. Because in the first paragraph, this black and white film is based on Neil Schutz's 1957 novel of the same name. Okay.
Gotcha.
But eventually I may try to find that on DVD or something so I can watch it again.
Kramer from Seinfeld? Brantley. Not the same.
No, not quite the same. Oh, man, he wasn't even alive. He wasn't even thought of at that point, was he?
I don't think so.
Screenplay by John Paxton. Oh, man. Distributed by United Artists. Does the United Artists even do films anymore? Do they exist? I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't heard of it. But I'm not a big film buff either.
South Pole is on top of the world now. Yes. The pole is on top of the world, and it's
looking down on creation.
And it's melting all over the place, and I can't even set parody lyrics. I don't know. Oh, this is a film I don't know. The World, the Flesh, and the Devil. I'm going to have to look that up. Now, what I'm going to do, I hope nobody minds, is get rid of some coffee and then get some more.
Okie doke.
Yay. Now, this is one I've got to figure out, because now I'm getting the thing that Faye drew for me as my icon.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's on my other machine. What I get is the photograph of myself from the 24-hour live stream last June that Doc Heckenslash did. So I have to figure out why they're different. We'll find out. Okay, I'll be right back here. Don't everybody run away. You know, I'll come back and nobody's there. You know, where'd everybody go?
I'll be here. I have no plans.
Where did everybody go? Pickles! Oh, Boysia.
Mm.
Oh, my. Wait a minute. What is going on here? God damn.
Uh-oh. Lord's name in vain.
Come here, you.
How is everybody in chat? Oh, Megan, yeah. She's really cool. I didn't know she was a Christian until it was some thread on Twitter where, of course, SJ inserted herself saying that nobody in there was a Christian. She said, nope, actually, I'm a Christian. So.
Okay, there we go. Here we go. Yay, 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 yay. Yay, 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 yay. Yay, 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 yay.
Entertain us.
Did I mention that I'm really weird?
That's what we like about you.
Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my.
I could turn the camera on and that would be entertaining for how I look right now.
Okay, let's get that belt put together and then let's pour a cup of coffee. And while that's warming up, I can get back on mic. Oh, boys, you're moody now. Okay, kids. Raskolnikov.
Yeah, SJ is a really just a fucking piece of work, man. Oh, I can't believe when that guy passed away in the community and she fucking threw herself into that. Cirrus did a really good video on that. SJ Lannister. Sing, I can't sing. I'm a horrible singer. Sure. Interesting. She does insert herself more than R. Kelly.
Oh.
You know, and for inserting herself so much, she sure doesn't seem as pleased with that. I think she's doing it wrong.
Who, what, where, when?
SJ. Brantley was saying that SJ inserts herself more than R. Kelly. So I was saying she's not very happy for inserting herself so much, that she should be happier if she's doing it wrong.
Yeah, well, she does most things wrong as far as that goes.
Gosh, she's a fucking tool. I can't stand her.
The one she just pulled on Mark's
going to hell shit.
Yes, on Mark's memory.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
I was saying Cirrus did a good video on that.
I was about to mention him. He unloaded on her.
Oh, yeah. I would have too. That's bullshit.
And she's backpedaling as usual.
Yeah, oh, of course.
Yeah,
you can't get any.
You're listening, SJ? I know you used to listen to my stuff.
Yeah, SJ, if you're listening, it's a big fuck you to you.
Because she complained about the... did you see the... oh, good. That's all done. Hang on a second. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Coffee! I love my coffee.
I wish I could drink it. It doesn't sit well with me at all. Not when you have a semicolon.
Scheiße, zu viel Scheiße. Es ist voll mit der Scheiße. And that's perfectly legal German, by the way.
Wait, SJ works in HR? Oh, Jesus. I would not want SJ as my fucking HR director.
She's a professor at...
oh, yuck. That's right. I didn't know that.
University of Tampa. Yeah.
The fuck does she teach? How to be a bitch?
I think she teaches how to be an HR director. I think. I think that's the way it works. Because what was I thinking? Yeah, I don't know if you saw on my catalog of videos and clips and everything, I had taken out a clip from my 1,000 followers celebration, and it was entitled ASMR Chuck Tingle and S.J. Thomason.
Ha!
Because she happened to come up in conversation very quickly, and we were having some fun at her expense. And she actually, tweeted me with, what is all this that you're doing? You're being mean to me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You're a bitch to everybody. What, you can dish it, but you can't take it?
Matt has no brook with her. He will have nothing to do with her.
Cirrus won't now either.
Yeah. I mean, what did Matt call her at one? Sugar-coated evil. That's it.
Yes. Yep. And see, when I first was coming into this community, I had heard some atheists say that, oh, she's one of the nice Christians. So I was like, well, I guess I'll pay attention to her for a little bit. And then I just saw the shit show that she starts.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, this is not one of the nice Christians. She may try to pass herself off as that, but she's not.
There was one point at which she started following me on Twitter and actually tweeted out to me, "Oh, hi, Lavender. Are you the one who does the videos? And you seem to be so nice, and I'd love to have you on my show," and everything like this. Just being so ingratiatingly sweet that the first thing that came to my mind was, okay, what the hell does she want?
Yeah.
Because she was not subtle about any of this. It was basically, I'm going to try to work my way into your good graces. And then, okay, later on, I find out that one of the things she would like to do is invite people on her channel where she and her, friends, Dean S. May and a couple other
Croonies.
people, yeah, would dogpile you.
Oh, great.
And it was like, no, I mean, I had already decided I wasn't going on her channel when I heard about this, and it was a good thing I didn't. Oh, shit,
Yeah.
the one day that I got into a war with her, well, she had invited me and Aaron Raw on her channel. I think it was something to do with the historicity of Jesus, I think. Either that or the reliability of the New Testament, one of the two. And because I remember Aaron saying something about the Bible is a bunch of fairy tales, which is a pretty accurate description.
It is, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Neither of us were interested in going on her channel. And this was independently, that neither of us were interested in it. Because we have both responded to her in standalone videos. And I suppose I should do another one soon enough. I mean, she's said a bunch of shit. But then again, I don't know if it's worth it. I really don't, because in the community, SJ is old news. I mean, we pretty much all of us know what she is and what she's about. And I don't know if she has enough reach to make warning others worth it. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think most people know about her by now, and if they don't, then they need to do some research.
Yeah, because she's one of those fixtures like Ken Ham, that's always horrible. And thank you, Paul, for doing your stuff in response to Ham.
Paulogia. I love ham and egg. Ham and egg news.
And Paul actually introduced me to a couple of people via that program. I learned about Anti Ordinary when she appeared on one of his episodes.
I don't know that one.
Anti Ordinary?
Mm-hmm.
She's a trans woman from, I think, London. I've worked with her. Matt had us on a couple of his live streams. An interesting character.
Really?
It's interesting to see Demi and me in juxtaposition on a show because they're 40 years in. Let's try this again. 40 years between us. So to the different outlooks, not saying which is better or which is worse, but you definitely get people who came up in two different worlds, two different paradigm. I guess I'll use the word. Yeah, I've done a lot of rethinking and things like that on things that I had considered, and a lot of it's due to her. She, what I want to do is I want to follow her adventures with budgies, because I guess she just bought a budgie.
Oh.
So let's see how that works, because she has a menagerie consisting of a budgie, a rat, and a cat.
Interesting.
Yeah, I want to see how the three of them get along.
Yeah, right.
Because I had thought of a parakeet or a budgie, but then I think about this one, the one you can barely see because he's all nestled up in the blankets. Yeah, she's always at the window doing that chattering thing.
Yes, I love that.
At the birds, and then that sort of thing gets me wondering. Okay, what would she do with a real live bird in here? It might not be pretty. Now, one of my exes got away with it. When we were together, she had two cats and a gray cheek parakeet. And you know who ruled the roost, right?
Which one?
The parakeet. Neither of those cats wanted to mess with that parakeet.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I had a friend who had a parrot at the same time. She's always owned Great Danes, too. And she also had a basset hound. And the parrot would be let out of his cage, and he would march around the house, and the dogs would follow in this little line. It was like a little progression with a parrot in front, then a basset hound, and then a Great Dane.
Oh, jeez, man, that's beautiful.
She had a screensaver on her computer that would have a bird up, and it would make the sound of whatever bird it was. And she gets out of the shower one day and she hears an owl. And she's like, what the hell? And here the parrot is sitting in front of the computer pressing the enter button to hear an owl sound, and then he would make the owl sound. And he would puff out his feathers, and yeah, he would try to look like an owl, and he would make the owl sound. It was really cool.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love it. Well, birds are so fucking smart. If you'll excuse my French.
Yeah, they really are.
They are the wizards of the non-human animal world. Well, thank you for the sentiment, Brent. Really, that's the amazing thing. Brent said, I'd rather lose an organ if I could give it to lavender. With the news, there were a couple of people. Demi was one of them, Andy Ordinary, who went so far as to offer a kidney were I to be up for a transplant. And it was like, whoa!
Yeah.
I
would in a heartbeat.
Here.
I would in a heartbeat, but since I'm so sick, they won't allow me to.
Yeah, Neil, the 604
yes.
atheist? Yeah, he had said that he would accept that he's got a problem that already got him rejected for a donating to somebody.
That's right. Because he was almost like in the operating room to give that kidney, and they had a problem. But that's right. I remember him telling about that. I felt so bad.
And it's like, my God, that's not something you take lightly. So
Right.
to have somebody offer that to you
Yeah.
is an amazing honor.
It's amazing. Yeah.
One,
Neil is just one of those. Oh, he's such a great guy.
he is a big sweetie. He really is.
Yeah.
I sometimes joke that he's one of the few guys for whom I would consider changing my sexual orientation.
Nice.
Oh my! But yeah, it's you wonder, if you're worth that sort of consideration.
Of course you are.
Because I mean, it's one thing to write somebody a check for $10,000. It's another thing entirely to give them a one of your vital organs.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Mr. Shadow Kitty.
Well, Mr. Shadow Kitty, you take care and be good and have fun. Yeah, I don't know when you're going to start fading, Casey, because, my God, I was just looking at this. I hadn't looked for a while.
It's been a while, yeah.
We've been at this for 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 47
Oh,
seconds. Yeah, well, I don't know if you were here when Sci said this or not, or maybe he didn't say it on air. He was looking at my catalog of the last few days, and he had seen the live stream I did last Thursday, the rogue live stream, if you will, the unscheduled one. I was just shaking the equipment down. He said, I saw 5 hours, and he said, what are you doing? You doing a movie night? Because I don't know if you know this or not. I don't think we mentioned it. The movie night things that we do, we will review a movie that's maybe 40 minutes long. Our reviews will take at least 4 hours.
Right, because you do the whole drink thing, right?
Yeah.
When you find something wrong with it.
And then we start arguing amongst ourselves, going back and forth. And sometimes it's, a half hour of commentary in between movie clips.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a couple of them.
That's nice, though.
I love that sort of thing.
Just to be able to hang out with like-minded people and learn some shit. And
yeah, like I said, it's kind of like hanging around with college kids, but I guess it's fun for me because I'm part of it.
Yeah, sure.
And it's not juvenile humor either. Well, not usually juvenile humor. Yeah, you would get Peter started on his Photoshop stuff. Oh, Lord. But yeah, that's one of the things I love about that. There were a couple of times we pushed the limit because for those who don't know, I think it still occurs that a YouTube Hangout will shut itself off after 8 hours.
Oh, really?
I guess it's a built-in.
Like if you accidentally keep your camera on?
Yeah, basically. And the other thing it does is if the host leaves, it shuts itself off after 15 minutes. But there were a couple of the movie nights we were tickling the limit. I think there was one that went about 7 hours and 50 minutes. That's 50 minutes.
Wow.
We've cut it down a little bit since then. The last couple have been like, 5 hours, 4.5 hours, something like that. Not too terribly bad because, man, with some of the longer ones, in my time zone, we would start at midnight and I would be going to bed after the show and after the after-show jabber that we would have amongst ourselves. I'm going to bed at 10 or 11 in the morning.
Yeah.
So you're on air for about 12 hours. And it's like,
wow.
Okay. Those are always fun. But yeah, I dearly love that stuff. It's.
Oh, that's good.
I hope we keep doing that, and I hope everybody that listens to this show and has heard about this stuff will take a look at it and come on by, because we get to.
Did you see what Brantley wrote? Said I blame SciStrike for you needing a kidney lavender. I'd sue him if I were you.
I don't know. That would be more applicable were it a liver, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. I mean, they can go hand in hand, but yeah, that's funny.
Oh man. Okay. So he left a rum and coke night, and you went on without him for the full 8 hours. Oh Jesus, I love it. And okay, this is before your time. No, maybe not before your time. You're around longer than I think you're around. That's the thing. Do you remember when another freaking atheist would do the interviews, and then the after shows would run about 8 hours?
Me?
Yeah. Do you remember that?
No, I don't think I know that one.
Okay, this was like a daily occurrence. I don't know how Dog did
Oh,
it.
jeez.
He had a constitution like old Ironsides, essentially. But there was
Like a donkey.
one where we were pestering him. Okay, it's coming to the end. Let's start another one. We can be here for an hour or so. So that one ran 8 hours, and then we did another one. So there was 24 hours of after show that day.
Wow.
It was
Yeah, I don't think
it
I
was
could do
absolutely
that.
crazy. Yeah, Don's not doing very much anymore, but I understand that his daughter's living with him. There are people who tell me that he's doing all right. I don't know.
This isn't internet problems, Don, is it?
If
The one who did a fundraiser for like his internet getting cut off.
That's the one. That's the one.
That is him. Okay.
Yeah, I hear things going both ways. I'm not going to say much as far as that goes. I haven't had enough dealing with him since that time to really say anything.
Yeah, I just learned about that a couple nights ago.
You did have to protect the stream. Yeah, that was a good idea. Oh my, oh my. Now what? Did he leave the rum and coke night? What, because he had other things to do, or because he got pissed off at you guys?
Or did he pass out?
That's the other one. Like a certain badger that I could name. Who has...
I got into a tussle with him the other day on Twitter too.
Oh my. Yeah, he's got some interesting ideas. Not necessarily mainstream. But yeah, he's fallen asleep on more than one live stream.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I would be so like paranoid about that.
Well,
I'd be worried.
I've done it. I have fallen asleep on a couple of movie nights.
Oh wow.
To where I would try to be careful, and when I was feeling a little bit tired, I would mute my mic, because once or twice I had fallen asleep, and then you heard the snoring coming over the line, and that was always good. Yeah, it was that was the fun stuff. Yeah, and then there was the one. Well, when Hack and Slash did his 24-hour live stream last June, I was there for just about the whole thing, but I ended up falling asleep in my chair, and they mercy booted me because I was snoring like hell.
Yeah, I talk in my sleep apparently, so.
Oh my, that could be interesting.
That could be dangerous. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was told when I was younger, anyway, I would occasionally talk in my sleep, but it would be in German.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
So you had to understand the language in order to know what the hell I was saying. So
Right.
I don't know what I was talking about.
Well, Greg says that sometimes I'm not saying words, like I'm just babbling. But there are other times where he'll think I'm actually awake and talking to him, and then he realizes when I start saying things that are incoherent, he's like, "Oh no, never mind, she's sleeping."
Oh, well, that is the other thing. Now that you remind me of it, oh, my ex would get so mad at me.
For what?
And I can almost not blame her. I had this habit of falling asleep in the middle of a conversation, but continuing the conversation.
Nice.
And it
Well,
would-
at least you continued.
And it would take her a while to get the point that I had fallen asleep on her. So, number one, she's pissed off at me because I fell asleep. And number two, because I'm still talking. Oh,
That's
man.
great.
That was some amazing stuff. Yeah. I had totally forgotten about that until you mentioned just now. And then I would occasionally fall asleep in the passenger seat of the car. You know, she's behind the wheel and trying to talk to me, and I'm asleep, and it's like, oh, damn it. I mean, to my credit, I mean, I was legitimately, beat to shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Well, when you need sleep, you need sleep.
That was an interesting relationship, I have to say.
It sounds like it.
We lasted 11 years.
Oh.
And as I think back on it, by all accounts, we really should have called it quits a lot earlier.
Yeah, one of those situations.
Yeah. Well, this is the flip side of what I did to Sandra. She moved in with me to run away from home. So yeah, that was interesting. She hasn't talked to me in years. Got pissed off at me at one point about my transition, and
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
I think it's been about 4 or 5 years since she's talked to me. But that's as long as she's doing all right, you know. Night terrors. Oh my word.
Yeah, with my PTSD, I'll have really vivid nightmares that
Yes.
I'll wake up from, and then you feel like you're still in the nightmare, and you really have to like work to convince yourself and convince your brain that you're no longer there, you're fine.
I have the opposite problem. I have the really vivid nightmares, and I mean, I'm literally scratching and clawing, trying to get myself to a wakeful state. And I'm even in the nightmare saying, somebody wake me up, God damn it. And then finally I get to a state that I think is a wakeful state. It's not.
And it's not.
It's another nightmare. And I've gone through 3 or 4 levels like that. And by the time I am awake, I'm not sure that I am.
You don't trust it. Yeah.
Yeah. And sweating like crazy, and yeah. Oh man, only a week?
Right.
Smitty, that's interesting that you say that.
That's nice.
I have a lot of dreams where I try to fly, but I don't do very well. I get acrophobia.
Oh, okay.
So I'm hugging the ground while I'm trying to fly, and it's not working. You know. Maybe what I should do is this season go to the local amusement park, which is, well, in a straight line it would be within walking distance, but I have to go down the river and across and back. to get there from here, so it's really not walking distance. But they still have one of those drop towers. And one of the things,
Oh boy.
my girlfriend at the time and I took her niece to that amusement park, and she loved the drop tower, and it was a shitty day, so the lines were really short. So, at her behest, we do the drop tower, get off, get right back in line, and one or two drops later, we're on it again. And the really fun part about that was that night, I had a dream where I was falling, and it didn't wake me up.
Oh.
And it was great because I was so accustomed to the free fall by then that the falling sensation did not wake me up, and it was a shitload of fun. I dearly, dearly loved it. So maybe I should try that, and then maybe if I could manage a flying dream, maybe that would be okay then. No, the nightmares I have are physical altercations between the MSB and me.
Yeah, I had a dream once that I stabbed my mom.
Okay, I know that feeling. I know that feeling so well.
And actually, every single one of us daughters have had dreams of killing mom. Like, I think it's a psyche thing,
Yeah. Now, I've had a couple of dreams where I broke his skull open. I mean, literally, with brain everywhere. And, he attacked me, so, I just defend myself.
Self-defense, yeah.
And it's almost too bad I couldn't bring myself to do that. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that, Mark. Let's see here. Just a bit.
Oh, gee, if Mark's coming on, I should go.
I don't know here. I don't know. Let's go to the
Twitters?
the thingy, the Twitter thingy. Yeah. Oh. Now wait a minute. I'm not. Mark, do you have a Twitter account? Am I following you, or do I need to get the link to you in another way? I was looking for Mark Caesar and didn't see it turn up. Oh, great! Thank you. And I'm going to see if I'm following you. Why am I not following you? Oversight rectified. Let's see here. Okay. Would you go to...
Oh, I wasn't either.
Would you go to Twitter and follow me back, Mark, so that I can DM you the link? If you don't mind at all.
It's a no pants stream.
Okay, wait a minute. You just posted, huh? And what do we have going over here? Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Okay, hang on. Yeah. Now, I'm still not able to DM you a link, and I won't be able to until you have followed me back. And the thing I don't want to do is I don't want to publish the join link, because terrible things can happen if you do that.
Right.
Where are we here? Done. Okay, let's see what we got going here. We will just go... Where the hell are we? Oh, great. great, terrific. Yay, 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 yay.
Got it all set.
Yay, 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 yay. Okay, check that DM, sweetness. Yay, that is a good thing. So I'm going to be here for a little longer. Yeah, so it's going to be another movie night Lent thing.
Yeah, I think she's got it, Mark.
I just sent you the link.
My cat's finally settled down.
Meow.
Yeah, she was causing trouble. I kept having to mute it when everybody was on because she was just finding anything and everything in the bedroom to get her nose into.
Oh, I don't know anybody like that. Yeah, my screen.
Hey, Mark.
Hi, sweetie.
Are you there?
And
Yep.
here we are in all our glory. No need to stand, just throw money. No, wait a minute. You already do throw money, and I thank you for it. From the other side of the world, we have Mark Anthony Caesar. Yay!
Also hanging on with Velcro.
Oh, my word. I'm trying to remember if you have stated where in Oz are you the one from Perth, or
Yes, yeah.
you are from? I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I remember the conversation going on between John Glenn and the ground about Perth and Rockingham. I
Yes.
saw the bright lights of Perth.
The thing is, I'm not worried about being doxxed or whatever. So if you look for my name, I'm the only, well, one of the few C's in Perth and the only MC's in Perth, so it's even easier to find my address. So, but don't worry about that.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that I'm not that difficult to find either when you really get down to it. I believe that I am the only Diana Clarion in the United States.
Oh, wow.
Which kind of makes sense because I picked the name myself.
Okay.
Now, my dead name, I was one of two Edwards of Arcades in the United States. And yes, the other one was who you think it is.
No idea.
My so-called father. I was a namesake. Yeah, Bobka said, when they were deciding what name, it's Edward. It's got to be Edward. So okay, that's where I got saddled with that one. And that was my name until the 7th of June 2016.
Hey, by the way, you see the still and the beer making equipment there. You can see I enjoy a lot of booze.
Okay, you would be perfect for movie night.
No. When they say drink, I go, no, please don't.
Oh, my word. Yeah, Sci is responsible for the situation where from July to the present, I have drunk more alcohol than I had in the previous 10 years.
I drink basically almost every night, and but I only ever go through like 2 bottles of beer, and that's it. I don't want to have too much because that leaves being, well, I probably am an alcoholic already, but I don't have a real alcohol problem, so I don't go too.
Well, I have a definite drinking problem. There's booze all over this place, and I forget to drink it.
Forgetting to drink
That's
it.
a problem. Yeah.
Who haven't I?
My ex, my most recent ex, gave me a fifth of my favorite scotch for Christmas.
Which is?
The Glenfiddich.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
I love the bite that it has. Now, I still have around a quarter of that fifth still in the bottle. The thing is
Uh-huh.
this: she gave me that fifth 15 years ago. She gave me that.
Yeah,
No,
the thing is,
She gave me that Christmas of 2003.
thing is
Oh wow.
aging in the bottle, it doesn't actually get better because there's no wood to impart any flavour to it, so it doesn't get better. Maybe mellows it a little bit, but not much.
Yeah, the way it works is for the longest time I was pouring a shot only for special occasions, mainly because it's so expensive to replace. I looked at the price of the Glenfiddich here, and it was like 60, maybe almost $70 for a fifth.
Oh wow.
So the very special occasions I would save that for, and the most special of those occasions was the anniversary of the first manned lunar landing. So every day, or not every day, every July 20th, I toast the first manned lunar landing and my birthday simultaneously.
Fair enough.
Hmm?
Well, guess how much it cost me to make a bottle of say Scotch or whatever. It's a 1.125 litre bottle of Scotch. Guess roughly how much it cost me to make it.
Oh man, it's going to be either ridiculously expensive or ridiculously cheap. I'm going to try. I'm going to try $4.
No. It's not that cheap. Unfortunately, it costs about $8, so it's not too bad.
Oh, okay. You guys are
You're in the
lucky
ballpark there.
where you can distill spirits at home. Here,
It's legal to do it here. It's not legal in the US.
right?
No.
Although it is legal to make beer in the US.
Yes, beer, wine.
Yep.
That's not a problem. I mean, not that that's stopped me or any of my friends from doing. My best friend, who was also best man at my wedding, would make a brandy, which would kill you. You could be at one side of an auditorium, and he would be at the other end. If he would uncap that thing, you could smell it immediately.
So was it the strength or the taste?
Say again?
Was it the strength or the taste?
The strength. That
Oh, yeah,
stuff
yeah.
was as close as you could get to grain neutral spirits without being
Well-
grain neutral spirits.
The alcohol that comes out of the still is 95%, so it's really strong. You got to water it down, of course.
Yeah, you didn't want to smoke in the same room when John opened a bottle of
Oh,
that
no.
stuff.
Well, like when I distill mine, I've got it sitting in a container. I've got to make sure I put caps in them, otherwise, because you don't want any naked flame around, because you just never know what might happen.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and the things that could happen, most of them are not very nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, someday I'll get around to making wine, but I keep telling myself I'll give it a try. The problem is that I would have to do my best to keep it under wraps. The landlord does not like people making their own beer or their own wine.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
I think
Oh,
it's,
okay. So you can say something if you want.
I think it's technically a lease violation, but I'm assuming that doesn't stop it. Smoking in here is a lease violation, and let me tell you, since I've quit, it's amazing. I'll come in from outside, or I'll go into the hallway from my apartment, and immediately I know when
Oh really?
when everybody's been smoking, because and believe it or not, it's a horrible aroma to me now.
Yeah. Yes.
It always was for me, even when I was a smoker.
How about kissing someone that's a smoker now that you're not?
Say again, huh?
How about kissing someone that's a smoker now that you're not? I mean, I don't know whether you have or not, but as a smoker, you don't worry about their breath or their taste or whatever. It's fine. But as a non-smoker, you kiss someone who's smoking, you go, wow, that's just gross. How can you do that?
Yeah, I have been turned down for that reason.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I have been told, yeah, you're a smoker, and kissing somebody who's a smoker, ain't
It's like
happening.
liquid straight.
Which, it devastated me as far as that goes. But and no, that's not the reason that I quit. Okay, no, this did happen quite recently, but
Now the thing is, Diana, if you had quit for that reason, you would not have quit successfully. You quit because you wanted to,
you
and
got
that's why
it.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I quit on Friday, the 28th of May, 1999, at 1:50 p.m. And it was easy. It was dead easy. Seriously. I used to practice for 2 weeks, but I never once wanted to pick up smoking again because I wanted to quit. I really
Yeah.
wanted to myself.
yeah. I said, Clarion, it's time.
Yeah.
Well, I had been a smoker for 49 years. I had started when I was 12, and I was 61 when I quit.
Well,
Well,
for me, it was only 13
I
years.
still
so
am. Say again.
For me, it was only 13 years, so it's not too bad.
Okay. Well, I still am 61 for a while anyway. But yeah, it was, well, my voice was going. My throat was getting all gravelly, and I lost my singing voice entirely. And
I never had one.
I've actually got my singing voice back. I mean, I'm not quite back to where I could emulate Neil Young, but I'm slowly getting there. Um,
Hold on.
well, this is the thing. My range is coming back. I am a trained bass baritone. I did quite a bit of singing when I was in my 20s.
Yeah. I've seen a video where you said that. By the way, one thing about quitting smoking is you regain your taste. Everything tastes so much better. And
Yes.
you want to lose weight, and you taste things, and you've got the appetite now, so you want to eat.
Yeah. That's the darn thing. Quitting, that was good for 30 pounds right there.
Yep, I know that one.
Um,
Although I have now lost, in the last 3 months, I've lost 22 kilo, no, 24 kilos, sorry.
nice.
She's 52 pounds, and I'm on the way. I've got another 15 to lose until I get down to ideal weight.
I would love to do that. I need to lose 50 pounds.
Or Diana, develop a relationship with sellers.
Okay. Because yeah, before I had quit smoking, I was still wanting to lose weight. I had hit a wall at 205. For whatever I did, I couldn't get any lower than 205. Now I cannot get any lower than 220.
Well, I got up to 260, but mind you, I was 6'4". I'm now 6'2", so it was overweight, well overweight for me, but it wasn't quite in the obese range, not quite.
Okay. Yeah, it was. I was always big. I mean, I think I broke 150 pounds when I was 11, something like that. And
That is big.
well, I rounded out to my adult dimensions when I was 14. At the age of 14, I was 5'9", 175. And yeah, they all wanted me to play football, and I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking the American football here. I couldn't see 11 guys lining up against 11 other guys, beating the shit out of them and taking their land. I wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to pitch in the worst way, and unfortunately, I did. So that didn't go too far. Maybe I should have tried to be a catcher. That might have worked better. But yeah, it's. I remember weighing 180, and that was really, really comfortable. I liked it, and I'd like to get back there.
By the way, how tall are you, Diana?
It depends on the time of day. Somewhere between 5'8" and 5'9".
Right.
I'm taller in the morning.
Well, people with XXY or Klinefelter syndrome, they're always tall. There's just no two ways about it. They're always tall. And 6'4" is a pretty good average height for people with person with Klinefelter syndrome. And I I was always skinny because I never because you're lacking testosterone, you're never able to put on muscle. So I was always skinny, and but for some reason I was always pretty good at sports, whatever. So I was pretty happy with that. And now sports are a thing of the past for me because my knee is just so bad.
Tell me about that one. Oh man.
Well, I'm 4 knee reconstructions down the track, and I've got a knee replacement coming up.
Oh
So, yeah.
my word. Ow, ow,
I'll tell you
ow.
what, when they do the operation, I'll try and get them to take some photos, some really gory photos. Mind you, they're all going to be gory, but some good photos.
I've seen some.
Sorry?
I've seen some when they go in and it's not the knee replacement, but it's whatever procedure it is where they go in with like a laparoscope and then they file down bone.
Yep. That's when they're filing the cartilage and whatever. And have you seen when they repair the ligaments?
No.
I've had 4, and the knee replacements. What they're going to do with me is because all my ligaments are stuffed. My PCL is totally gone. All the other threads just lax. What they're going to have to do is they're going to have to put a hinged knee joint in there. So basically, it's they saw the top and bottom of the bones off, and drill into the bones, screw the hinge, the bottom and top part of the hinge in the bones, and then they basically reconstruct it. It's apparently quite interesting, but as I say, I'll try and get some photos that if I can and post them online because man, that'd be really good.
That'd be really cool. Yeah, I've seen the procedure done in cats and dogs for replacing joints and stuff. Yeah.
Were they actually replacing with metal joints, or were they just
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're titanium.
It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, my ex tore her ACL. She was skiing. Yeah, she had that reconstructed laparoscopically. What I wanted, when I had my cranial surgery, I wanted pictures. Actually, I wanted to be awake so I could see what they were doing through a mirror, and they weren't going to have that. But unfortunately, they didn't give me any pictures, man. I wanted to see what was going on inside, you know?
Diana, all you had to say was that you had a reaction to your standard anesthetic and it made you spew up, whatever. That way, they would have given you a local anesthetic and you would have been awake for it. Because that's actually happened with my second knee reconstruction. I was in the bed afterwards and feeling pretty good, pretty 100%. And a nurse walked across the other side of the ward, and within a moment, I felt really bad and vomited. I actually projectile vomited about 10 foot and got it.
Oh no!
And then the next moment, I felt good again. So I've got some sort of reaction to the anaesthetic. So I told that to the surgeon for my third one, and they gave me a what they call it, epidural. And I couldn't feel anything from the waist down, whatever, and I was totally awake for it. Having a chat with the anaesthetist.
Wow. When my ex had oral surgery, she tried to tell the dentist that she had a bad reaction to anesthetic, and he wouldn't believe her. And then, sure enough, it was all over. And not only did she have the bad reaction, she had it out in the parking lot because he was trying to get her out of the waiting room as soon as possible. And she's projectile vomiting all over the place, and even to the point where his nurse came out, and she still didn't get it. But yeah, that was not fun at all.
I only did that once.
Okay.
And that was after my tonsillectomy, which is good because I've had so many surgeries. But it was, I don't know if it was the anesthesia because when we got home, I had to take the amoxicillin liquid. And I took that and just immediately threw it back up. But that was the only reaction. Otherwise, all of my other surgeries have gone off well.
Sorry, you keep going, Dana.
I feel for you guys who have had the catalog of surgeries. Yeah, I've had 15 surgeries and I'm, 24 years old. These folks. God,
Mhm.
I feel bad for guys like you who have had so many surgeries at such
Right.
a
Just my knee, I've had 10 surgeries on just my
ew.
knee.
Mm.
I have only had two. I have had the cranial surgery, and then when I broke my ankle, it was surgically set.
And by the way,
Mm.
guess what it costs over here in Australia? Guess
It
what it
costs
costs?
Nothing.
zero.
Zero. Yep. So, oh no. One of them I did have I had that surgery under private health cover, so I did have a
Like a
um,
copay or deductible?
yeah, exactly, copay, deductible, whatever they call it. Yeah. So I paid, I think it was $200 or $300, something like that. So, but that
Wow.
way, at least I got that surgery like within 2 weeks, which is great, of course. Other than that, if I would have had to wait like 6 months for the waiting list if I was on a public patient. So I didn't want that.
Yeah, my next surgery is going to cost over $30,000 in out of pocket
Ouch.
Son of a bitch,
costs.
man.
How does that go with people in the US who can't afford it but needs a surgery? Surely there'd be some method of actually having the surgery without having to pay for it, wouldn't there?
No, I mean, unless we luck out and there's a charity or sometimes doctors do pro bono surgeries, but that's a rarity that they'll do that.
Yeah.
If it's like a life situation, like say you get into a car accident and you need immediate surgery, they will go ahead with the surgery even if they don't know what your insurance thing is like.
Fair enough. You guys need
Yeah.
to stop spending money on the military and start spending on things like healthcare because
Yeah.
you're the only Western country that doesn't have universal
Yep.
healthcare. Like
You've
one of
got
two.
it.
hmm
Yeah, here it's surgery now, bankruptcy later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bitch.
And I mean, my biggest concern with my health problems is, I mean, there is the concern that the treatments will be worse than the disease. I know that, but even worse than that is how the hell am I going to pay for it?
hmm
So I know people don't like to hear it, but I am already of the mind. I have resigned myself to it. I am dead. I just happen to be walking around while dead right now.
hmm
Donna, have you asked your doctor what you should be doing, like what diet you should be having, how much you should be drinking, and whatever things like that?
We haven't got to that point yet. He wants to send me to a specialist. Uh, I can't go to the specialist until I can make the copayment.
Yes.
So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to find out something. Now, I've only
Well,
found out about this disease of mine a month ago.
yes.
Um, so I'm assuming that he's going to want a lot of expensive specialists and dietitians and this and that and the other and
Well, the main thing you have to worry about is your fluid intake. That's the main thing. The kidneys separate from the blood is the fluid. So if you, it's going to be a killer for you, but you're going to have to cut down on your coffee. Yeah, but it's also a matter with the doctors. You've got to ask them specific questions for them to, because they will answer honestly, but they've got to have no choice but to answer you. So
Mhm.
if you just wait for them to volunteer the information, they won't volunteer it because every case is different, and they don't want to put themselves in this situation where they've given this will happen when it might not. So you've got to
Yes.
ask.
Yeah. And the worst part about it is my doctor's retiring at the end of June.
Oh gosh.
So now I've got to break a new one in.
Yeah.
Um,
Have you had that thing with your doctor where you've got to ask him what's happening, all this sort of thing?
I finally got to the point where I don't have to ask Marty as much as I would have, early on, or as much as I've had to ask some doctors who would still refuse to answer, by the way. Oh man, I remember the one doctor years ago who yelled at me because I looked up one of the medications in the PDR, the physician's desk reference. It's a
Yeah.
compilation of all the package inserts. Yeah, because it's I don't tell people like that because they don't tell people about that because they go too far with it. And it's look, guy, I've been through the loop a few times. Okay, I know when to draw the line and that whole thing. But yeah, he didn't like my actually looking for information, and he wouldn't tell me anything. Um,
Well, what I've found with actually trying to find information for yourself is, say the internet or whatever is a good place to get ideas. But then with those ideas, I actually ask my doctor about them because I wouldn't trust the internet for anything because you just never know whether it's true or not. So, but it's a good place to get ideas for.
yeah,
Or from.
start here and then go.
Right.
Yeah, I've got to see what happens. This is going to be really interesting. Had this happened a couple of years ago, it would have been a little bit easier because Marty would still be my doctor for a couple of years. Have to find out. Have to see what, like I say, hey, I'm already viewing myself as dead, so if I stick around for a while, that's, I don't know, is it a good thing?
It's still working at the moment. Don't write yourself off yet because your kidneys are still working. Maybe not quite 100%, of course, but they're still working. They're still keeping you alive. It's when your kidneys fail and you need dialysis, that's when you've got to think about, okay, this is getting towards the end. But even then,
right.
if you have the dialysis and put yourself through that and whatever, you can go on for years and years and years after that. It's a big inconvenience, of course, but it's not a death sentence, not quite.
Well, I'm stage 4, which is when a lot of people are going on transplant lists and are starting dialysis. Don't ask me why. I haven't exhibited any of the really bad symptoms yet, like the nausea, the fatigue, the pain, that sort of thing. Just lucky, I guess. We'll see what happens.
Just thinking, Diana, you're trying to lose weight, but with your kidneys failing, maybe that's going to be a lot harder for you than what you think, because maybe you're not quite getting rid of all of the waste fluids, and so you're basically accumulating fluids. Maybe that's part of what your weight issue.
I do tend to retain some fluid. I mean, between the time that I quit eating before I go to bed and the time I start eating again after I've awakened, I can piss out 4 pounds.
You must have a huge bladder.
Right?
Well, not all at once.
Oh, okay.
No, I piss it out a quart at a time. Yeah, God, I remember after the cranial surgery, I had been hooked up to a catheter and everything. And they took the catheter out.
Catheters are great, aren't they? Because you don't have to think about pissing. It just happens.
Yeah, but they took it out, and then finally it came time to piss, and I amazed myself where I pissed a quart. So yeah, just about a liter. And
Do you know those funny bottles you get in the beds that you just hang the dick in there and you have your piss?
yes, those.
One time I was really busting for piss, and I got one of those bottles, and I got a bit worried when my dick started getting a bit wet. I thought, what? Had to stop.
Oh man,
That was worry. It was pretty cool.
But yeah, that was an interesting hospital stay when I was around the time I had cranial surgery. I was in the hospital for a full month.
Just a month. Just a month.
Yep.
When I had my bike accident, guess how long I was in hospital for?
Well, not a year, right?
No. 5 days shy of 5 months.
Wow.
I was pretty messed up.
Yeah, they ran tests and everything on me for 2 weeks. Then I had the cranial surgery. Then the neurosurgeon hid from me for 2 weeks because I was always on his case about, okay, when are you going to let me out of here? Um, but one of the best parts about that whole month was that little candy striper. Oh man, and it's unfortunate those two stepped in between us. She kind of liked me too.
No, I love bed buffs.
But yeah, I spent an evening crying on her shoulder when I was told that they wanted to do the surgery. And we just sat there and reasoned it out and the whole thing. And yeah, you've got this could happen, that could happen, and what's the best option and the whole bit. I was still scared out of my mind, but yeah, what's really great is when you're up in the ICU and Candy Striper comes up to visit you on her own time. It's like, okay, I guess she does kind of like me. Damn it!
Well, I had my ambulance driver. He actually he was delivering a patient to the hospital some later date, and about 2 weeks later or something, he saw my name on the wards. He actually came in to see me. He said he did not think I'd be alive. He honestly thought I'd be dead. I was a bit of a mess.
Oh,
But I am still here.
that's good.
Yeah. Well, I like it.
Oh, Brent, what are you badgering Christy Santiago to come over here?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know here, because, how long have we been doing this already? I have to look
Been
here.
quite a good minute here.
Just short of 4 hours. That's an interesting thing here,
I'm up further.
because this thing is okay. The time it's giving me is hang on.
It should be 6:23 for you right now.
Well, I'm looking at the timer that, what's the word for it? YouTube actually has a little clock.
Oh,
to
okay.
Mark 035700. So, yeah, 3 hours, 57 minutes at that mark. That's the after show. That's not the hour and 15 minutes for the main show,
Right.
On my notifications, it says the art show started 5 hours ago, so it might be 4.5 hours.
So, yeah,
it's
that's the
getting up
interesting thing is this on this thing. It says it started 5 hours ago, and the YouTube timer is telling me, just minutes short of 4. So I don't know what that's about, but I'm liking some of these numbers. Total view time 51 hours, peak concurrent 15, average live view duration 50 minutes to 1 second. So I'm getting there slowly but surely. I mean, I'm appreciating all you guys who come here and watch the stuff I've got. I believe we got up to, I think it was 15 at once. Yeah, that's what that's what this told me anyway. Peak concurrent was 15. I've had live streams that have gone to 20, and that makes me feel good. I mean, no, I'm not non-sec when they've got Aaron Ra debating Kent Hovind,
Right.
where they've got 415 views all at once. But I'm getting there, and I just have to put out more stuff, and maybe they'll start noticing me and start coming by, and I'll get the nice view counts, and then the next week I'll be dead. That'll be fun. You can have you can have the Diana Clarion Memorial Service as my last video.
I think I'm up to like 83 subscribers. I can't wait till I get to 100 and I can change the URL for my channel.
Oh my, yeah. Now what's really interesting is that when I sign into YouTube, it still gives me the Alphabet Soup URL, even though I changed to the custom URL.
Mhm.
God, when did I do that? That was, I think it was only 3 or 4 months, maybe 3 months that it took me to get to 100.
Hmm.
And then getting to 200 took quite a while.
Yeah.
And let me see now. Last I checked, I was really close. Let's see how close we are. I lost a couple. I was up to 200.
Bastards.
I was up to 294, and now I'm at 292.
Oh.
Well, I guess they got bored. What can I tell you? It's, where are we here? I'm going to have to look at it. If I go to the Creator Studio, come here, you. Now I could go to Analytics. Yeah, it was just within. No, wait, no, not that one. Where's my subscribers? Yeah, it was just within the last couple of days that I dropped by 2.
That's
Okay.
weird.
Well, I mean, if I'm not your cup of tea, then I'm not your cup of tea. So,
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain that much. And besides, the subscriber count doesn't concern me quite as much as the view count. I would like to know that my stuff is getting out to people and they are enjoying it and coming back.
Smitty says, if you die, you should get S.J. Lannister to do your eulogy. I know you all love this person, but God hates their evil souls.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, yeah. And it's kind of interesting when I think about things like that. The interesting thoughts that come to my mind is it's almost too bad that there will be no me to know what people are saying about me once I'm dead and I can't hear.
Oh, I know. I'm the same way.
The thing is, Diana, it's the people who don't like you. You'd be amazed to think how much they don't even think about you. And even the people who do like you, they hardly ever think of you because you're not there. You're not in their face. You're not, like there's no reason to think of you. I mean, I don't care if people hate me because they just don't think about me. That's fine. And when I die, there'll be no reason to think about me, so I don't mind. I'll be dead anyway, so who cares?
I almost wish that I could have a faux funeral or a faux memorial, where you have everybody come over and you're all drinking together and telling the stories and all that stuff. Because I've done this. We've had the traditional Irish wakes. I mean, no, I'm not from an Irish background or anything, but we had the next best thing to an Irish wake where you're all sitting around the table having dinner and drinking and telling stories about the recently deceased. And it was so much fun. And the thought comes to your mind, it's just too bad that they can't hear us talking about that. And remembering how fondly, and knowing how fondly we remember.
Well, my grandfather passed away a few years ago at 103 years old, and
Wow.
we had quite a large family there, and everyone was telling good stories about him, remembering everything like that, and he would have enjoyed being there and seeing what was happening. But the thing is, it wasn't for him; it was for the family, and it was a good thing, good occasion. So yeah, I enjoyed that.
Well, like I would always tell my so-called family, they never did get it. Funerals are for the living.
Yes.
And when my step grandfather died back in, let me think now. I think it was 77 '76 or '75. The cousins, my generation, when we were at the viewing, or one of the days of the viewing. I mean, I'm an ex-Catholic. We would have the 3-day viewings and all that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We, after one of the days, stopped in one of the local Italian restaurants, and all of us are around the table having dinner, exchanging stories and everything else. And the waitress that was taking care of our table asked, what we were up to, and we said, "Well, we just came from our grandfather's funeral, and we're just remembering all the shit that he pulled and all the shit we did with him when we were kids." And she loved it. She even said, "God, that is really great." I guess she hadn't known anybody else to do that. Well, it was just a pickup thing with us, because that was the first time I'd ever done it. Well, that was the first time any of us were old enough to drive, really. That was part of it, so we took ourselves to the restaurant. But yeah, there you go. I like it, Brant. Yeah, Brant says, "I told my parents I just want to be remembered if I die. So just throw me in a box and don't get caught."
Well, I told my son that when I died, I don't want to be buried or whatever, because that who wants to pay for a funeral plot? I just want to be burned, and whatever the hell you want to do with the ashes, I don't care. I said I prefer to have one of those. How you can get like your ashes incorporated with the tree that you plant.
Yeah.
I sort of would one of them, but I wouldn't. I didn't care, because when I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm not going to worry about it.
Yeah,
I do want to be an imposition on the living when I'm dead.
I've occasionally said that I wish that I could be buried under my tree. Okay, there's a little story that goes on with that one. I think it was the second year that the Slimy Bastards were in that house in Parma. I think it was the year after they bought it. One of the spring days, he took me for a walk up to the end of the street, which ended at a golf course. And I'm seeing all the maple seeds around, so I'm gathering up maple seeds. Took them back home, and I planted these maple seeds in the backyard. And 3 of them germinated. One of them actually managed to thrive. And as far as I know, I'm not sure now, but at least as far as say 2013 or something like that, that tree was still in the backyard, over 50 years old, and that is my tree. I planted that sucker from as a seed, so I would always think that it would be kind of nice if my remains could be put in the ground under that tree. But number one, I don't know if the state of Ohio would let anybody do it, and number two, that house is now owned by people I never knew. So, it might be a little difficult there.
Yeah, well, I am actually an ordained minister in the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
All right.
And when my father died, when my father passed away, we had him, both my brother and I had him cremated. And my brother's over in Canada, so he got half the ash sent over there. I get half the ash down here. And I planted him in the ground next to my granddad. So my granddad and my grandmother. So well, we didn't tell the funeral home about it, but we just went there on a weekend and don't tell anyone. But yeah, so I've conducted a funeral.
Yeah,
I've also conducted a wedding as well.
Well, I guess this is going to be interesting. There's nobody left when I'm dead, so it really doesn't matter, I guess, who gets saddled with the funeral expenses or what's done with my corpse. If they want to, they can just throw me in a potter's grave, and what of it? I mean, I won't know the difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got no family to worry about or to end up paying for any of it. So I guess there's an advantage to being disowned.
Well, the biggest thing for me was I didn't want to be an imposition on anyone. I mean, I've got a state cover, so that when I pass away, my son will receive $15,000 to cover all of my expenses and whatever that, which will cover them all, of course. And I've got life insurance, so hopefully that pays out, but who knows? Yeah, so I shouldn't be an imposition on anyone, but you just never know.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fortunate thing.
Yeah, here in the U.S., you can't even have a life insurance policy and receive government benefits. They want to make sure that you have nothing before they give you anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we only, even though when she passed away, she was disabled and qualified for everything. We got like at most $1,000 reimbursed from the government.
Okay.
All because you spend so much in the military.
Right?
You've got nothing
We
left
do.
over.
We
Yeah.
waste it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so much spent to take life and so little spent to preserve it.
Mm-hmm.
And
well,
another thing I can't understand is your big war on drugs and how easy it is to go to jail over there. It's amazing. I mean, you watch videos about say car chases or whatever in the UK, and when they get caught, they get maybe $2,000 fine and then 4 months loss of license. And in the US, you go to jail for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, and especially with the private prisons now, I mean, that's a business for them. So
Yeah.
they're in the business of keeping people in the prison system, and they cut down on costs wherever they can. It's deplorable here. We need so much reform.
I've heard something
Yeah.
like the inmates are fed on like $100 a day. How can you do that?
70.
70
It's
cents?
70. Yep, it's $70 a day for the private prisons. It's 85, I think, for government-run prisons that they spend.
Yeah. But they do make that money back though on the work the prisons do, I believe.
Yep, they do, because they don't pay them.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, I'm glad I'm not in the US then. Mind you,
Yes.
I don't do anything which would put me in jail anyway. So.
Right? Yeah.
Well, there are many reasons that you can be glad you're not here.
Oh God, yes.
I mean, the prison system is just one thing that's broken about this country. The healthcare system is another. The fact that this country is ruled by corporations is yet something else that's wrong. Yeah, I wish.
When I was younger, I would have loved to have gone to the US, but these days, no, not at all. I just,
No.
Yeah, stay the hell away.
Especially not now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Uh,
if you don't look or sound like the ruling class or anything like that, no, you're fucked.
yeah.
Yeah, especially if you're brown.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, racism exists over here in Australia, but it's nowhere near as bad as what it is in the US. We have racism against Aboriginal people. That's trying to be stand out, but it still does exist, of course. And of course, racism to other nationalities, but it's nowhere near as pervasive as what it is in the US. And it's tended. Generally it's in areas, and like where I am, there's basically no racism at all. I mean, my next neighbour is an Aboriginal. I get on really well with. That's great. I've had Muslim neighbours. I've got on great with them. And in fact, one of the ex-neighbours is still a very good friend of mine. And yeah, so we have not much racism here. But as Notjo was saying the other day, it still exists where he is. So maybe it's just a locational thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess there is a big difference between East and West, isn't there? Say between Brisbane and Perth.
Oh, it could work in even just neighbouring towns or whatever. It's I've been over there. I haven't stayed there very long, of course, but I was working a job there, analysing the airports up and down the east coast. And, so I didn't get to stop much in many places for long. So but there was a different atmosphere there for sure.
Now, I consider myself extremely lucky to have lived the last 30 years in majority black neighborhoods. That has really been an education for me. Now, I started out, and of course, it's because I was living in that house with them, as racist as they were. And happily, it didn't take and mature. I mean, not for lack of their trying or anything. But yeah, you if you want to say you live amongst, you learn how screwed up the stereotypes are.
Yes.
Isn't it funny how exposure to a different race or sexuality or whatever gives you acceptance of that race or sexuality? Because, like, for instance, when I was younger, I was mildly homophobic. Nothing overtly, but just I had that fear, dislike, whatever. And then I had a couple of friends about 15 years ago who were gay, and I thought, that's fine. They're just normal people. And it opened your eyes to see they are just normal people. And you realise that there is no reason to be anything against them at all. The same with different races. You meet. Oh, I love the different cuisines of different races. It's brilliant, and their different traditions. You get to appreciate them for what they are, and it's absolutely brilliant. But without the exposure, that's why that's a reason to not be accepting of them.
Yeah, and
So we all need a gay friend.
it's interesting that you say that, because when I was younger, I was homophobic, literally. I was deathly afraid of, especially gay males.
Yep.
And then, well, hey,
Back on the
guess what?
Right.
I turned out to be a lesbian trans woman. You know?
Diana, was it a case of methinks he doth protest too much?
I think part of it was I was afraid of being hit on. And I didn't know yet to take it as a compliment, one of those deals. So a friend of mine came out to me one day, and man, I was trying as much as I could to keep from trembling, shaking in fear. Okay, where is this going to go now? But yeah, a few years later, I got a lot better. I grew up. It's really strange how your perception changes when you find out that by happenstance you happen to be gay. Because you still like girls, but now it's as a girl.
There is that, yeah. When thinking about the gay thing, I've tried it. It's not me. I've got nothing against it, but it's just not me. It's not what I yearn for, whatever. So it's not what I change like that. But I mean, if it happens, who cares?
Now, I don't know if I should call myself strictly lesbian. I did fall for a guy once. He turned out to be a jerk, so good thing it didn't go anywhere. But kind of surprised the hell out of me. Because it was, oh, wow. You mean I'm not as gynophobic, not as gynophilic as I thought I was? Not as lesbian as I thought I was? Oh, God, he was a real cutie. Yeah, it was about 10 years ago.
Casey, have you ever had any same-sex attraction?
Not really. Gesundheit.
Danke.
I was brought up in a house that my mother was okay with homosexual men and homosexual women, bi was looked down upon. She basically said people are greedy, if you're bisexual and shit like that. So I was never really open to the possibility until recently. And, I did a lot of digging. I learned a lot about the LGBT community. And I came to the realization, I said, if I were to become single, I don't think I'd have a problem with trying. Like, I don't know that I am attracted to females at all, or, transgender, anything. Because I didn't really start opening my mind up until I got in this past relationship, or the current relationship. So.
Okay. What's really interesting.
Maybe you can speak to your fiance about it. He might be open to a threesome.
No, neither one of us want a threesome. He's actually had a threesome before, and he said someone always gets left out.
Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah.
So he's like, it's not as much of a good thing as people tend to hype it up to be.
It's all how you treat it. I've had threesomes with two women and a man and woman, and both worked. And it was a matter of, there was sometimes you were left out a bit, but you weren't always. It was just a matter of waiting until it was your turn, and it was all fun.
I could just see queuing up.
Well, things like with two guys and a girl, it was there's things like double penetration, whatever. That was a thing. That happened. Yeah, but you don't have to always go there. It's you can take turns, you can do whatever. It's all fine. There's no rules with sex and playing in the bedroom, whatever. It's just you make it. It's what it is you make of it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling I would have the jealousy thing going. In quite the same way that I don't know whether I would be able to be in a polyamorous relationship.
Yeah, I also learned that I'm what's called demisexual. So, a threesome, I don't think would work as well because I don't get turned on by people I don't have an emotional connection with. So that's difficult.
Which is where I'm coming from.
Right.
So
I would probably be jealous.
Casey, are you saying you're not a guy?
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not.
Oh my. I can remember I may have tended a little that way in my many much younger days.
Right. I had a one-night stand when I was younger, but I don't think I could do it again.
I remember a time when I would fuck anything that had a pulse. I think I was about 20 at the time.
When I was working in the brewery, I'd come back with a wallet full of money, and I'd have a week to blow it all, and I'd go out to nightclubs. I'd be splurging around and then getting laid all the time, and that was fun and games at the time. But I wish I hadn't. I wish I'd saved the money, of course. But that was all no strings attached, no emotional attachment there, and it was still fine. I was a guy though. I was a young guy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. Oh, okay. So you're not a scarecrow then, huh, Casey?
Me?
Yeah, you don't do the butt stuffs. You're not a scarecrow.
No. After losing most of my colon and having so much pain with just even going to the bathroom, I don't know. I think it would just be so painful.
You know how Matt goes on and on about butt stuff, right?
Yes, on his streams. It typically devolves into a butt stuff conversation.
It's not a Matt. It's not a Godless Iowan stream without butt stuff. No.
Nope.
Oh man, but no, my problem is that yeah, I've been alone for 10 years, and I don't know that I would
You're not
know
alone.
how.
You've got Sylvia.
Well, I mean, okay,
Not in that way.
not in that way. No, I mean I'm talking about other humans here.
But you've got
No,
a pussy.
I don't know. For 10 years I've been single, and I don't know if I would know how to have a committed cohabitative relationship anymore.
You do get it happens, don't you?
Because the way I put it, I don't mind being alone. I hate being lonely. Don't get me wrong. Um, but there
Well,
are.
that's the great thing about the internet, isn't it? Because you don't you can be alone, but be talking to people and all that. So you always got the social interactions.
Well, the other thing though is I wish. I don't know. I wish a young lady and I could be planning the day's activities together over breakfast. I mean, just
Just a friend going out for a for a picnic or whatever. Just doing something social. Just getting out of the house. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
yeah. As far as that goes, it's
Yeah.
and and with me, that cousin that does the puppy mill thing, her ideas are a little weird. And she's always telling me that I have to lower my standards,
Oh, bullshit.
and I'm thinking and not saying, oh well, how low did you lower your standards to spread your legs for the right guy with all the money? One of those deals. Because oh, yeah, she married for the wallet, definitely. And that leaves a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth as well. But I guess
What,
I guess
money?
those two are okay with it. I mean, I don't. I'm thinking about it. No, I don't think I could marry for the paycheck.
I don't think so either. I definitely couldn't. I need to have an emotional connection.
Well, the mother of my son, my ex, I met her when I was in hospital, coming out of hospital. She had had an accident as well, and she actually got a very, very good payout for accidents. She's a multimillionaire now, and
Oh, wow.
I could easily have married her, but the reason I didn't was because I didn't want to be a leech upon her having all the money. And that it's absolutely stupid. Why? Who would say that? Anyone but me. I didn't want to leech off anyone else. It's ridiculous, but that's exactly the reason why I didn't marry her. Because that would have easily worked out. I'm still good friends with her, but just yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one of the recent attractions, and well, it was turned down, as I say, but she had a reasonable income. I mean, it wasn't Bill Gates or anything, but owns a condo. She can pay for groceries, all this good stuff, and all of this in San Diego, by the way, where it is not the cheapest cost of living. And by now you know exactly who I'm talking about. But the first thing that comes to my mind is, yeah, but am I going to be seen as a leech? And that has come to mind with me more than once, because I'm extremely poor.
I didn't care what people saw me as. It's what I thought of myself as. I didn't want to be a leech.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I couldn't give a damn what other people think about me, because it's amazing how little people actually think about you anyway. So who cares if when they are thinking about me, they think bad things? Who cares?
But yeah, I have a number of things going against me as far as the dating scene goes. Let's see, I'm old, fat, ugly, trans, and poor. And by the way, that's pre-op trans. So it's amazing how many lesbians will not date a trans person, and much less a pre-op. God, I've been turned down for that so many times.
mind you also, when you get to like, well, I'm 50 now, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to find dates at our age because
Mm-hmm.
everyone is either they're locked into their own world, or they're hooked up or whatever. That's fine, but yeah, you can't go out to a sports club and pick up someone your own age. You can't do whatever. It's just they're not out there.
And okay, as far as that goes, where the heck was I heading with this? Well, yeah, I mean, to get out and about, I don't own a motor vehicle. I can't afford one. And around here in Pittsburgh, all anybody likes to do is go to sports bars and watch the Steelers, which I can't stand the fucking Steelers. Well, I don't like football anyway, but that's beside the point. Oh, and I know where I was going. What's really bad is, when somebody really, really catches your attention. But the damn thing is that happens only once every 30 years. There was one back in the mid 80s. And then there was one just recently. And it was a hell of a weight between the two.
Well, I only ever had one girlfriend who I could really imagine marrying, and that's not the mother of my son because I could, but no, it was never going to work. But with this one girlfriend I had, she would have been absolutely perfect for me. She had all the smarts in the world. She was a brilliant person, but obviously wasn't good enough for her because she broke up with me. So, what can you do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of my problems is that I have a hard time. What's the word I'm looking for? Having an interchange or whatever you want to call it with someone. Well, okay, here's a better way to frame it. I'm looking for somebody with a mental, intellectual capacity equal to or greater than my own. And I'm going to do a little of this and say that ain't easy to find.
Slim pickings, yes. I never looked for someone my own mentally because I was part of the intellectually talented class and all this sort of crap, and the ducks in my school and all this sort of crap, and so that's not an issue with me. But I didn't care about someone being smart enough to match me. I just wanted someone who was emotionally there for me, and I don't know that I felt the emotional attachment to. How do you say it? And yeah, I didn't ever find that person. Oh well, it happens. That one person did find it. Obviously, wasn't good enough for her.
Well, Smitty, I'll tell you something. As far as the getting drunk, I'll leave that aside. I can't do that anymore. It's just not fun. But I love to go to a baseball game, a day game, where you're out in the sun and you're watching the teams play, and you're second guessing, the managers and that whole bit, and so to me, it's not all sports are unbelievably boring, but as a matter of fact, I hope I live to use them. I did buy tickets to 3 baseball games this year. In May, July, and August. And I'm the person, you're ready for this. I'm the person who goes to PNC Park, the local ballpark, to see the visiting team. Yeah. So, 26th of May, I'll have my Dodger gear and I'll be cheering the Dodgers on. 4th of July, believe it or not, I'm actually going to a game on the 4th of July. I must be crazy. The Cubs are in town, so I'll have my little Cubs cap and my Jake Arrieta t-shirt. And then my favorite team of all time, the Washington Nationals, is here in August. That's a night game, unfortunately, because there are no day games that the Nationals will be playing this year. So it's going to be really interesting to see what I have to do to get home. It used to be that I could just walk outside my door, catch a bus, go down to the ballpark, see the game, and then catch the bus and go right back to my door. No problem at all. Now it takes over an hour to get to the ballpark on the bus. And since this is a night game starting at 7 o'clock p.m., yeah, if you're, I just hope the buses are still running when I get out.
Mhm.
With me, it's a matter of I can't go places because my knee is just so stuffed. I can't walk around to get into the places. I can't walk more than about 500 meters at the very most, and it hurts that bad. It's even with an elbow crutch.
Oh, man. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. And I'll tell you what, you talk about the cheap toy or the prize. I remember, I think I missed the metal toys, but I was around for the plastic toys. I understand that now it's paper because they're really cheap now.
Yeah, they're paper now. Like you might get a sticker.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know. It's the Cracker Jack has lost all its appeal that way.
Right? That was what was special about getting Cracker Jacks.
I mean, I could go to Squall Mart and buy 5 pounds of caramel corn if I wanted. So why do I have to do the Cracker Jack and pay for the trademark?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there we go. How would that work? Now let's see. The Cracker Jack is the popcorn and peanuts covered with caramel. How would that go with garlic?
Oi.
Track down a. I wonder how much Cracker Jack costs anymore. Do I
Oh,
want?
yeah, I
Do I
don't
want to
know.
know?
I don't know. I haven't bought them in years.
Diana, I'm going to take your advice about what you like, and I'm actually going to try peanut butter and garlic at some stage and see what that's like. Peanut butter and garlic on bread.
Oh, by all means. I'll tell you what, though. Be careful. You do not want to use fresh garlic. It's
Yeah, no.
way too strong.
Garlic anyway, because it's just so much easier.
But that's that pre-chopped in the oil. Yeah, that. Okay, here we have from Orion's Village a box of Cracker Jack, and they want how much? Oh no, this is 3 boxes of Cracker Jack. I take that back. Wait a minute. I don't see the price repeated here. On the Google search that I did to find it, it was $2.79 for that 3 boxes. So it's a little short of $1 a box. Yeah, I remember 10 cents.
It's not as bad. I thought it was more expensive.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be more than that. I thought it was going to be $2 or $3 a box.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
What actually are Cracker Jacks?
It's just popcorn and peanuts, and then they have caramel over it. So it's like caramel corn with caramel peanuts added.
Yeah. And a lot of salt.
Yes, salty too.
I prefer making my own popcorn because you can't beat fresh popcorn, of course.
Oh my gosh, no. I'm going to have some now.
Yeah, I need to make popcorn. I bought 2 pounds of popcorn recently, and I haven't made any since I bought it. I I've got one of those.
How long would that last you? 2 pounds.
That lasts me quite a while. Now, okay, maybe the baseball season is starting, and then I would be sitting here eating popcorn and watching a baseball game. Maybe I'd go through it quickly enough.
Mhm.
Um, I'm talking about buying the 2 pounds of unpopped
The
kernels.
kernels, yeah.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
I bought one of those air popping machines, um, which is really great. Now, the only problem with the air popping is it's not coated with the oil, so the salt doesn't stick so well.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got a silicone popcorn maker that you put in the microwave, and that does taste exactly like movie theater popcorn because you have the oil in with it to pop it, and then you can add a little bit more of the oil afterwards.
Okay,
I
good.
do the cheap way. I get my popcorn. I put it into a paper bag, a little bit of butter in the bottom, bit of salt, bit of whatever. Give it a shake, and then in the microwave and pop it that way. It works absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, it does. I've seen that on cooking shows where they're like, yeah, you don't have to buy microwave popcorn. You can just do it on your own.
Mind you,
Mm-hmm,
microwave
mm-hmm.
popcorn is cheap anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And also, microwave popcorn it's fail safe. You know you're going to do it right.
Oh.
Well, oh, you do.
That friend
You
of
read instructions.
that friend of mine who made the flammable brandy, inflammable brandy,
Oh boy.
he we worked together, which is where I met him. There was the day that he made the microwave popcorn and set it on fire
Oh
in
boy.
the microwave oven. We all of us were about ready to kill him. Um, Wrecked the microwave oven. It got pretty smoky in that break room, let me tell you. Oh, he's also the other. He's the one who microwaved broccoli
What?
in the break room, and yeah, it
Why?
was
Why?
Like he was
the
trying to cook it?
yeah,
Oh my god.
and nobody could stand the aroma. Now
Oh.
I was the only one who liked the aroma because I love steamed broccoli. I dearly,
Yeah,
dearly,
I
dearly
do
love it,
too.
but not at work. Okay.
Hmm.
I love broccoli and cauliflower, but it loves my bells. It makes me fart so much. It's just incredible. I
Yep.
cannot have it. Well, there is a way to do it. When you boil it, you just put a bit of bicarb soda with it. It totally stops the farts. Although the broccoli does cook a lot faster, and the cauliflower cooks about the same. So got to be aware of like the cooking times. But bright bicarb soda does wonders for that.
Hmm.
But
Interesting.
What
it works.
what I've got is a steamer. It's a cylindrical pot that is taller than it is diameter.
Yeah.
And there's a metal basket,
Yep. Yep.
and then okay, the cauliflower goes in there, and then a little bit of water, and you slam the lid on, and you steam the stuff. That works wonderfully for me.
Yeah, I've got one of them as well, and I don't know whether the bicarb soda would work for that. I don't think it would, but but I mean that cook your veggies, of course, because you don't lose any nutrients from it.
Oh man, you talk about the bicarb. Um, when I use oil and vinegar, the salad dressing, the vinegar is always too sour for me. Burns the corners of my mouth and stuff like that. So I'll put baking soda, sodium bicarbonate, in the salad dressing, which cuts the acidity, but it also tends to be an osmotic laxative, if you know what I mean.
Mm.
Yeah, works the same way Epsom salt works. Draws the water into the colon, and yeah, you almost start developing thrust when you
Oh
do it
boy.
that way. But oh well, what are you gonna do?
I
It's
think that would kill me.
yeah, with everything that's messed up on that end. Yeah, that would not be good.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
not supposed to do vegetables or fruit.
oh, for
Uh,
all the fiber.
yeah, the fiber and the fibrous quality of it too. Like it's harder to break down.
How do you eat your vitamins then? Do you use a vitamin supplement?
Yeah, actually I am on prescription vitamin D right now and over the counter A&E because they're all critically low. Because the place where you typically absorb that is the duodenum or the start of the small intestine
Mm-hmm.
and somewhat in the stomach, and I've had both of those severely removed. So, yeah, I don't absorb well.
But
My
as long as
word.
you're getting the necessities, then you're fine. Yeah.
I mean, how long is your elementary canal? About 6 inches?
My colon is down to a foot. The small intestine is pretty much the same size. It's just that the start of it has been kind of moved and rearranged and partially removed. So, but
Well, as Boris Badenov would say, Raskolnikov. Yoy. And who have we got going over here yet? We've got 6 watching. And I see.
There's Brantley and Smitty and Zaphod.
I see Zaphod. I see Brantley. I see Smitty. I see. Let's see. I see Casey, and I feel like I'm Miss Barbara, and this is Romper Room. You know. I don't know. Okay, diluting the vinegar, then it just doesn't taste right.
Mm-hmm.
I need the concentration of the acetate ion. So yeah, instead of acetic acid.
Oh, and Spooky.
Hi, Spooky! Yay, 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 yay! It's the power of dinosaur pee! Crack of thunder, yeah. Hurt. Oh no, the water's memory will only make the vinegar's energy more powerful.
Right.
Yeah.
Homeopathy. Bullshit.
Oh man, I've tried the next worst thing to Vegemite. There was one point at when I was young, in my early 20s, I tried the brewer's yeast with tomato juice. And take a spoonful of that and mix it in with the tomato juice and try to drink that down. Oh my word, was that horrible! Wasted good tomato juice.
But Diana, Vegemite is lovely. It's a treat. How can you not like Vegemite?
I've never had it, so
I've never had Vegemite per se. Not the brand name or anything, but I've had the brewer's yeast. Yeah, and that's wow.
It's hard to take when you're not used to it. That's for sure. It's a very strong, almost bitter taste. But yeah, it's when you're used to it, you love it. Absolutely love it. It goes really well with cheese. You have it on bread with cheese and put that in a toaster and oh man, it's absolutely gorgeous. Like say a sandwich press or whatever. Comes out absolutely beautiful.
Now you got me thinking. I'll have to see if I still have any of that Velveeta cheese in the defriginator. I really miss government cheese. Here in the U.S., yeah, during the 80s and prior to that, when you were on unemployment, you could go to the unemployment office and get 5 pounds of, it was basically Velveeta cheese, if you know that one.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you got it as part of the unemployment thing, and yeah, it's amazing what you could do with that stuff. Oh,
Not great for you when you're lactose intolerant, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh God, that's my ex. Very, very lactose intolerant.
Although you can get tablets with lactase in them, and it basically chew it up and swallow it before you have any milk or cheese or whatever. That's fine. So it's manageable, but you've got to be aware that you're going to be having lactose before you do that. You've got to take the tablets. So It's
Mhm.
painful.
Yeah, if I
I
don't,
was always fine with lactose until about 4 or 5 years ago, and I started getting some diarrhea. I had no idea why. There'd be a morning where I'd have a bout of diarrhea. I thought, I'm not sick, so what's the matter? And it took me about 6 months to work out, oh, I'm lactose intolerant. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's not bad to manage when you know about it, but just actually figuring out what it was. God.
Brant, this is what's horrible here. Okay, you say you found a generic beer can at the bottom of a lake. I very recently found a generic beer can on a store shelf with beer in it. It amazed me that that generic beer was still on sale. Yeah, I probably would. I'd probably have the brewer's yeast and garlic together, and that would be terrific. Um, I tell you, I love a really, really sharp cheddar. The sharper, the better.
Oh, I can't do sharp.
Um, Another one I love is smoked cheddar.
Yeah, smoked is really good.
The Munster I've had, it's okay. Um, Mededko, paternal grandfather, loved Limburger.
Oh
I don't know.
boy,
Yeah.
you can smell that coming a mile away.
Oh wow. Yeah, and he got the stuff that was still packed in shit.
Mm. Mhm.
I like a good blue vein cheese. That goes really well. But you've got to be prepared to have that though, because it does get a bit stinky.
Yeah. Oh my, I'm trying to think here.
Anyway,
Gouda.
Diana, I've got to go. Diana and Casey, I've got to go. So thank you very much for having me, and I'll catch up with you some later date.
Well, it's great having you around.
Yeah, it was
And
great seeing you.
so I don't know. Are we starting to break up the party here?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because we've been at it for oh God, phrasing. Um,
It's been about 6 hours or something, hasn't it?
yeah, the thing over here says 6 hours. What
Yeah.
does my other ones? Now this is weird. The one on the
Hours
YouTube
and
watch
touching never
screen
showed up.
that says 6 hours. My
Yeah, 6 hours and touching will never showed up.
my control screen here
Mhm.
shows me 4 hours, 41 minutes, and 29 seconds. So I don't know what the difference in time is, but oh
I
well,
don't
what are you
know.
gonna do? But God, thank you for being here and
Yeah, thanks for having us.
loving the stuff here. And what I will
Thanks,
probably end
Diana.
up doing,
Good chatting with you, Casey, of course.
What's that?
Good chatting with you, Casey, of course.
Yes, you
of
too.
course. And let me see here. Trying to think of what I was going to, what quip I was going to offer. Um, but what I'll do is I'll make some breakfast, and I'm saying breakfast, and it's almost 7:30 p.m. here.
Yeah.
And to think I started this at 11 this morning because I set the stuff up and Cy came by at about 11:30 and
Mhm.
yeah, so we've been going for well, since I started at noon. We're going here for 7.5 hours. That's okay. It's not too bad.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah,
Anyway,
it was great.
I'll catch you later on.
so take care, sweetness. You be good, okay?
No worries.
And Casey, I guess you need to be going where you're going.
Mhm.
And I will say thank you for stopping by.
Yeah,
Many
thanks
much
for
thank
having me.
yous. And I'm looking for yeah, there's everybody over there. Oh look, Brand is inviting you on if he thinks of a good topic. That sounds good. And God, 23, 22 hours. So that's
11:22.
yeah, you're so you're 4 hours east of here. Okay then.
Over the pond.
Yeah. It would be interesting if ever I could get out there. There are some people in the UK
We'll be
that I
going
like
in
to visit.
next year.
Okay.
My fiance's sister lives there now, and they're getting married in, I want to say like April of 2020. So we'll be over there.
Oh yay. Okay. So that sounds like a lot of fun. Really does. I have not been off continent.
Me neither.
I have been to Canada. I have been to Mexico, but I have not been away from North America. So maybe if I live that long, we'll see what happens. At my income, I don't think so. Uh,
Right.
okay, so I'm going to thank everybody. And I hope that you keep coming by. I'll keep trying to find good shows and make things interesting for you kids. And in the meantime, I guess the way I will put it is thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.